Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Elm City LIT Fest Day 2. I'm Ife Michelle, founder of the Elm City LIT Fest. The Elm City LIT Fest, for those of you who don't know, is a celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. And this afternoon, we are previewing 3 local authors because we also celebrate local, regional, and global authors of color. And with me, I have today, I'm happy to say, Miss Naomi Jones, Tiffany Stewart, and J.E. Wood, and 3 different types of writings and creativity, and so much fullness today. And I'm so happy that they're local, they're from New Haven. And we want you to, they're going to say we're going to also post their social media tags so everybody can buy their books. You're going to hear some of their writing today, and we're going to talk about what their process, their creative process, what they do, but we also want you to buy their books. Emphasis. Okay. I'm going to ask each one of them to right now say a brief statement about themselves, and they're going to go into a 5-minute reading, and then we're going to have a discussion. And we're going to start with
hello, my name is J.E. Wolf. From New Haven, Connecticut, retired military, and I went to school for creative writing for entertainment. And I have a couple of books out. One book is Queenie Part 1, and that's available on Amazon.
My name is Tiffany Stewart. I am a poet, author, also owner and CEO of Burn Consulting, which is a professional writing company. I will save me for later, and also have another book, Jewels of Black Diamond, available on Amazon and also Barnes & Noble.
Hello, everyone. It's good to virtually see you. My name is Naomi Jones. I am a recent graduate of Emerson College. I am a spoken word artist, poet, author, now teacher. So yay! My next book is coming out hopefully very, very soon. It's called The Black Body with Love Stardust, and it is a poetry collection. So can't wait for you guys to see it.
And now we're going to start the readings, and each author is going to read a portion of their book for 5 minutes, and then we'll go into discussion. Okay? Ready, J.E.?
Mine is more of a story, so I don't really poetry, but I'll read the first few pages of prologue. Okay. So my earliest memory is from when I was 5 years old. Waiting for my mother at a gate of school where I just started kindergarten. I had to wear an uncomfortable black uniform. I hated it. I don't know why my foster mother put me in a Catholic school when we weren't Catholic. I didn't even go to church. The gate wasn't tall, but I still wasn't able to put my head over it. So I would wait every single day with my face pressed against the cold fence. I prayed my mother would walk from up the street. Maybe today would be the day she would pick me up from school. We would have held hands and be happy. That was all a wild dream. When I was 2, my mother gave me up for I'm sorry. When I was 2, my mother gave me up. Sorry. A little emotional. I've been in the system since that day. That's what my foster mother told me. I always thought I was living there until my mother came back from work. I told myself that lie so I wouldn't cry like the other girls. If I lied enough, I wouldn't be like the others. The lies worked one by one, but my story soon started to clash and not add up.
Thank you. Thank you. Tiffany.
So I'm going to read chapter 3 from my books, and the chapter is called How It Started. And a lot of people ask me, like, what inspired me to write the book? What was the backdrop for the book? So this is kind of how I write that. Don't accept excuses from anyone, and most importantly, not from yourself. I circled my mother's dining room in prayer for 40 days. I talked to God, petitioning that He show me which way to go, what to do, and allow love to manifest in my life. I was desperately holding on to the idea of love in my mind. I didn't realize it then, but I was in the middle of a miracle at the time. I cried, I affirmed, I fasted, and I believed God would show up. If you've ever had an encounter with God, then you know that when He does show up, He was really there the entire time. I didn't know it then, but I was being rescued from what I thought I wanted at the time. How many times have you wanted a thing only to realize that thing wasn't what you needed? Don't force anything. Just don't. I feel like you needed to hear that. If a person wants to be with you, they will. If someone didn't do whatever they said, it's because they really didn't want to. It's that simple. Don't accept excuses for anything more than what they are. Don't accept excuses from anyone else, and most importantly, not from yourself. I once heard a famous speaker say, the human will is the strongest force on earth. Who can stand in the way of a person who is determined to do a thing? I rest my case. And I know it's so tempting to focus on the times we have been let down by a person or in a situation, but I'm here to tell you today, please don't stay there. Right now, you are reading these words at the very moment for what I believe to be a reason, one that is personal to you. You probably experienced excuses from people in several aspects of your life. I can't marry you because. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, but. Although you have all of the qualifications, we decided to go with another candidate at this time since. All common examples of excuses. I'm pretty sure you get it. I don't have to go on and on because I'm quite sure when I even started talking about excuses, you already had one in mind. Forget about them. I want you to focus on the excuses you have for yourself. That's right, keep the same energy. I will tell you right now, the worst excuse you can ever encounter is the one you give yourself. You can't stop anyone from giving excuses. You can only stop accepting them. The only excuses that you have control over are the ones you give birth to. It's that simple. For those of you who are reading this and have been accepting excuses, by no means am I telling you what to do. I'm just explaining what excuses are. It's your choice if you continue to accept them or not. I have no business telling you what to do in your personal life and professional relationships. And it's not my concern. My only concern right now is you and your own excuses. I'm writing this for you. And truth be told, everything starts with you. While I don't technically care about your relationship with others, I will say that everything I tell you in this book is for your benefit and directly and indirectly affects those around you. I don't know how they will play out in your life, but I do know how it played out in mine. I'm grateful, but a lot of what I went through simply in the area of excuses, either accepting them from others or generating them for myself, certainly took its toll. I felt like I wasted time in a lot of it. When I think about it, perhaps no time is wasted. I'll tell you what I learned about it a little time later.
Thanks, Tiffany. Thank you. Naomi.
Okay. I'm gonna read one shorter piece and then one longer piece. The first one is called Scale of Breathing. What is the scale of breathing when it's lodged between each palm? Is it a cautiousness in there? Like, is there control and chaos simultaneously, a dissonance or a harmony, a synapse of when heart and mind meet cage of muscle, meet soul to muscle with cages of bone? How is it possible that standing here right now, I feel the past and present ancestral breath as one? I am in love with my ancestors' dreams of me, in love with their future moments, yet still weary of their present tap on my shoulder. I want to know what it's like to hear your breath in the wind, both constant and inconsistent. Will it pass through me and this body with the next? I understand our time is so relatively cyclical. It holds you and I in the same place, feeling similar things, knowing nothing of everything and everything of nothing. For once, I can smell the joy in the grass blades, be able to breathe in the scent of the clouds as they pass overhead. I understand that this place where I stand is no longer constant, but rather a memory of me and stage and body, of me and body and soul, of me and my friends and everything that I have to let go of. You've taught me how to say goodbye, but I'm not sure I want to. I'm thankful for the chaos and the changes, the glow-ups and the letdowns, the trial and the errors, the overcompensated, the ugliness, the beauty. I am my ancestors' wildest dreams, and for their dreams I shall live for these moments. Those moments that I can dream my next generations will flourish in the roots that I plant for them. Generational breath, survival, existence, and eternal. The next piece that I'm going to read, pretty emotional, so I'm going to try to get through it. It's called Black Boy Who Dies Black. Black. 1. I'm scared to have a black baby. I know that what comes from this womb is prejudged is prejudged as a curse before it kicks. Before it forms inside their first home, the wall will swallow it to protect it. Before its body transforms from zygote to fetus, its death date is chosen. Before its hands develop, before its eyes open. I know that before they take their first step, they must learn to stand. They will squeeze my hand with their brown fingers. They will hold my neck and learn how to climb, to pull, to stand, to raise both hands. They will be more of me than I am, but I am scared that they will learn too quickly what words to be afraid of. I am scared that I must teach them that not all cops and not all whites and not all systems, while they live within the oppression of one. I am scared that they will know what the barrel of a gun looks like in sun and at night before they know what fireflies are. I'm scared their hands will plug bullet holes before they pluck at boogers. I'm worried that my baby won't know how to say daddy, but will remember how to restate their name and where they live and their mother's cell phone number before they ask if they can breathe. I'm scared they will learn how to hold their breath as to protect their life from someone not thinking or not seeing that they or my baby, that they are human, that their skin, their ethnicity, their culture aren't potential criminals. I'm worried that all my room can produce is targets. The bullseye of their heartbeat ticking to the drum of stop resisting. I fear the day their frustration is misunderstood for threatening behavior. Their run route is mistaken for a criminal escape. Their home is broken into by off-duty cops and their defense is bullet holes. They knock on the wrong door and are mistaken for a forced entry. Their deposit doesn't go through when they thought it would and they write a check too early. That their name is more divine when written twice, birth and death to date. I'm worried that I will live past them. So if I tell you that I am okay, it's probably a cover-up for the immense anxiety I feel to bring a child into this world and see their end on the 10 o'clock news.
Oh my God. Okay, we just heard 3 very, these writers wrote from a place of a personal place, a space where they're sharing their inner selves and inspiring and in witnessing to others. So I want to ask each of you and about when you started writing your first, and what was your motivation to like start writing it down? Because some people like do things in different ways. Okay, so we'll start with Naomi.
So the first book or this one?
Your first writing.
Okay, my first writing in general, I think I was around 13, maybe less than that. My mentor could tell you. But I didn't want to go to this arts camp down in New London. Thought it was the weirdest and quirkiest thing, and I was like, I'm too cool for that. And then I was forced to go anyways, and I sat down at it's called the Writer's Block Inc. Still check it out, it's amazing. But I sat down at this table with a bunch of other creative individuals, Black people who were creative, and it was cool to be creative. And I sat there and literally wrote about the room and what I saw in the room. And my mentor, who is my mentor now, who wasn't my mentor then, she picked up the page and goes, if you ever put your pen down again, I will be disappointed. And it was one of those things where I was just like, oh, yes, ma'am. And I kept writing after that, never stopped. It's something that keeps pushing me forward and keeps me centered, for sure.
How about you, Tiffany?
Yeah, like, you know what, this is a tricky question for me because I think for the longest period in my life, I always thought to myself, well, I could write well. But it wasn't until like maybe 2017, 2018 where I considered myself a writer. And it was a writer just for me. So I would, in my phone, have notes of like literally just my thoughts and my emotions because I was too afraid for whatever reason, either like conflict with others or just in unhealthy relationships, to express what I really felt and like say it out, because I already knew like what it would come with at the time, and I wasn't developed in a place where I could say that. So I would literally just take it and write poetry in my phone just so that I could have an outlet. And it was then that I started to share it with like my close friends, and they were like, "Wait a minute, you wrote that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They were like, "You should definitely like share that with people." Like, and how did we not know that you could write like that? Like, where did this come from? And so it just kind of flourished from there.
J.E.?
I first started writing when I was 12. I watched Kill Bill. And I remember I was reading the credits, and I was like, that's what I wanted to do, was be a screenplay writer. So I wrote my first little play script thing like at the age of 12. And I had it in the little composition notebook, and I kept it with me. And then after that, I just continued to write. I've written poetry, novels. I remember finding my grandfather's poetry book in our basement, and that's when I was like, this is what I was supposed to do. So.
Wow. That's awesome. And I just feel like there's so much more to come from y'all. So since 13 to now, and since from the beginning that you all started to now, how have you evolved in your writing? Like how has it, like, because truth be told, like Tiffany mentioned, you know, you kept it to yourself at first, right? And you wanted to, how did you know you wanted to share it? How was it, and also how was it received? Because writing is a vocation, right? And a lot of people of color don't get that unless they are the artists. So how has that been, the evolution of it been for you? And how has like it been received from like your close people in your stories? I'll start with Geffen and J.E.
I first started letting people read when I went to career high. And I was in a creative writing class, and my teacher saw that I was, you know, what I would write and stuff like that. And that's when I wanted to actually continue to write. But most of the time I would write when I was bored. And then like there was another book that I wrote completely, but I stopped it because I wasn't being myself. I'm a queer woman of color, and I was writing quote unquote straight. So when I started writing actual queer woman of color characters, it started to flow even more. So that's when I knew that this was my genre that I was supposed to be in, and it felt better to just be myself.
Tiffany?
For me, during this time when I started writing, I was watching a podcast, and on the podcast, this guy said something so powerful to me. He said, "Imagine that someone gave you a gift, and it was a gift just for you, and you spent your whole life and you was fine with it." And I thought to myself, well, if my gift is writing, then the process of writing is for me, but the words are for other people. And it would be so selfish of me to not share that with other people. And from then I was like, this is beyond me. It's not about me. It's about sharing the gift so that it creates impact. And like, I believe that when you are walking in your purpose, that's what happens, impact. So it's about like how it touches other people's lives. And like, I have gotten emails from people who I don't know and probably it may never meet, like from different states and all across the country, who have said like, thank you for writing that book. I like gave it to my sister who's going through like addiction, or I did this, and like substance abuse thing matters. Like just all types of people who have said like, your words really spoke to me. And then I just realized that, yeah, it's not really about me per se. I'm just a vessel. And so that's it.
I'm the vessel. Yes, for me, my family has always been very, very supportive of what I do, regardless of what it was. Till I think the first thing that I ever wrote was in a little composition notebook, and we went to see my mom while she was somewhere, and I was like, "Mama, look, I wrote this, and it was in highlighter, like, you can't read that. He was like, good job, Meg, can you write it over with like a pen or something so we can read it? So, you know, I had a very supportive foundational system. And then as I started to grow in my writing, my mother revealed to me that she was writing when she was my age, and my grandmother did the same thing, and her grandmother did the same thing. And so it's a generational thing, like J.E. was saying earlier, you know, that generational pass through of the gift, the presence of writing in your life. And then my mom's like, you know, if that's what you want to do, then I'm going to support you, whatever you decide. And my dad said the same thing. He's like, go ahead, baby girl. I'm like, I know I'm your favorite. And I kind of just kept going with it and kept trying to push. There's been a lot of people, when I was doing traveling for spoken word, when I was a youth poet laureate, there was a lot of people who decided they could step in and give what they thought was corrective criticism. And it was usually not a person of color. And they were inviting their input onto my work. And I would always be like, okay, thank you. And my mom would be like, she doesn't need your opinion, thanks. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. So I kind of just tried to develop my own stance on it. And yes, invite opinions, and yes, invite others' criticism, but be open only to the ear, have my ear to God, have my ear to God's voice. So if he tells me you can take that, then I'll take that criticism. If he tells me, leave that alone, that's not about you, that's about them and theirs, I'm like, all right, period, that's not about me. And I leave it alone. And so after learning that, my writing started to flourish more. I started to become more of myself, let myself go, not worry about how the piece is received, and more about did I achieve what God wanted me to achieve in this piece? And so that's where I'm at right now.
Wow. It's so inspirational. And also each of these stories, each of these authors, in addition to writing from the heart, are writing from a place of knowing and sharing their work and developing an audience. And Jay, I really would like you to address to in all of you, but how in the LGBTQ community, how has your book been received, and people call you or text you or inbox you about, yes, girl.
Well, I didn't really start to see like a positive reaction from my book until I went onto TikTok, using the hashtags and things like that, and I was able to reach different people all over the world. I sold the book in England, Spain, Australia, and it's just, you know, people can relate to my characters, especially like Black women who are queer as well. You don't see books about that. Usually you see white girls, you know, hugging and kissing, but it's like, I finally was able to write a book that I felt like was for me and women like me. I say that in my Instagram, I write stories for people like me. And I just love the response that I'm getting back from people. And it just makes me happy that someone's like, yeah, I felt like that. Or I can relate to this book. And it's not like the average, you know, it's urban fiction, but with a twist. And that's what I wanted to do.
Yes, and I want to say, you said with the twist, but it's urban fiction for your community.
For me, I feel that urban fiction is just someone who is of color.
Yes.
But I feel that fiction is fiction, no matter what color we are.
Mm-hmm.
But the twist is the LGBTQ, you know. Okay. Try to open up people's minds and break those barriers and the stereotypes of being gay or lesbian or bisexual or transgender. So
thank you. Tiffany.
Yeah, I think it's something you said so powerful about social media. And I think it played a huge role in my book. For me, many people are so I got the sense from my book that through writing it, we live in such a status driven world. So like, what car do you drive? How much money do you have? What are you wearing? What designer is this? How do you look? You know, the shape of your body, like, you know, all these different things. And I like distinctly remember being a person who looked like they had everything, like degreed up. I went to Howard, I went to Harvard, I have businesses, I was traveling the world, so my Instagram looked like, everything people wanted it to look like. But I was still broken inside. So like really bringing light to what truly matters in your life, not just about image, not just about what we portray, what we want people to see, but like really healing and being whole and the beauty in that and not pretending. So a lot of the feedback I got in my book were from people who were going through the same thing, like holding it together, enduring, looking like they were making it, but really breaking down on the inside. So.
Yeah, so this piece that have me, I actually wrote as a directed study for my last book at college, at Emerson College. And what people don't know about Emerson is that they claim a lot of the time to be this huge, diverse liberal arts community. However, it is solely diverse in one area, and yes, you can guess what that area is. And I have yet to see the amount of Black people come into this space and be welcomed into our space. And so a lot of the things that I would do when I was there was basically creating an open opportunity for our people of color, especially on the spectrum and within the LGBTQIA plus community, like going through the entire withstand of the diaspora itself and trying to invite that in. And so when I finished this, there was a lot of people being like, so you're going to come back and read it for Emerson, right? And I'm still debating. At this moment, the answer is still no. However, if I work with the right people, of course, I'll come back. And I think that within the last book that I wrote and the last couple of pieces that I published within Emerson, the feedback was very centered around, wow, you're so strong, or wow, I didn't know that you could say that. And a lot of that type of feedback is not about me, it's about them and theirs. There it is again. It's a word. Keep it for yourself. And so I think I've learned to just be open to anybody's sort of feedback on my work. And after that, I don't know, I'm working through a lot of the other things within that, and being, again, like both J.E. and Tiffany just said, being open to what that purpose means for me, and letting other people take their interpretation off of it. There's a lot of pieces in this book that are centered around the Black experience, yet it is universal enough that those who are not a part of the BIPOC community read it and they're like, oh, I feel like I understand something a little bit more. Can I ask this question? Actually, I just researched this, and like they're starting to do their own research and not use Black people as their Google. So that is a very inviting thing.
Okay. Okay, so and I'm remiss. Awesome. How many books did you write, Jay? You have a series, right?
Yes, I have a series of published 2. But this is the year I have about 7 books done.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about you, Tiffany?
I have 2 published books.
Okay. And Naomi?
I have 1 published and about 7, 8, maybe 10 not published.
So, is it the vocation of, because it is a vocation, writing is an art, literature is an art, vocation. Do you see yourself doing this solely? Yes or no, maybe?
Kinda. Hopefully, I have never been grown up. So I have that to support me to write, but I want to get back into the filmmaking and writing scripts and also photography. That's something I've been doing a lot lately. To continue to write, yeah.
How about you, Tiffany?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, solely that. I would just like to do that, just to write, just to travel and write, and that be my job.
I'm gonna retweet that one. I would love to just solely write and be able to
impart that into my community and the young ones of our community, because as a teacher, I do it anyways. So there's a huge part of me that has such a love and a passion for children, but at the same time, I'm like, create. And so even while they're sleeping, I'm writing. So they're taking their nap time and I'm in my notebook like, so it would be nice to do it solely. Yeah.
So who are or what are some of the books or writers that you all like to read or get inspired from? J.E.?
Honestly, I haven't read anything in a while, but as a kid, I know I was reading like Walter D. Myers and things like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
I would say I'm always reading like new poets, but like when I think of inspiration, who I'm inspired by would definitely be Maya Angelou. Like there's probably no one above her as a writer that I'm more inspired by. So yeah.
Yeah, I used to be a book nerd, so I read too much. Right now, oh my goodness, there's a lot that I'm still reading. I just finished My Grandmother's Hands by Resma. I'm looking for the last name. That's why I keep. Thank you, Resma Menachem. Just finished that one. It was amazing. Adrienne Marie Brown. I read everything that wonderful human writes. And yes, I just keep reading. I read a lot in the femme of color activist circle. So if you have recommendations, please hit me up.
Okay, so in your everyday life, like you say, you have no job. How do you stay inspired? Because there's a lot of times that our jobs or our life can be a distraction and keep us from being creative or having that time to be creative. But by the time you want to make time to write, you're exhausted from life. So what kinds of things do you do personally for yourself to keep you motivated, to keep your creativity going, despite what's happening around?
I always keep my notes in my phone constantly, even if it's just something quick or something I'm thinking about, I constantly just type in that. Or I keep a notebook in my car, I keep a notebook at my desk, anywhere. Usually there's a notebook by me. So if I have to write anything, I can jot it down.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm really bad balance. A lot of my time is devoted to my clients because that's really how I make the majority of my money. And I literally have to schedule time in to be creative. Like there are certain days where I know like I might be more prone to be creative. Like if I have less work to do, so I will schedule time in my calendar to say like take a walk or go to the beach or like just engage myself in something that allows me to be free and flow in that moment so that I can actually produce something in writing.
Yeah, for me, I've always been the 2 a.m. writer. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and be like, that was such a good thing I just thought of in the middle of my dream. So there's a notebook next to my bed. And then, like I said before, I often write during nap time for the kids at my center in my classroom. So I am often like on YouTube looking up SUNY Patterson and what is Adrienne Marie Brown doing today, and like just trying to flood my system with things that inspire me, so that I've known that inspire me from, I was also a creative writing major, so that I've known to inspire me from that process of study. And then I keep doing that and seeing what comes out of it. And if I get into a hard block where I'm not creating anything, I'll go back and look at some of my old poems and edit. Because when I'm editing, I can find like a word or phrase and I'll be like, ooh, I like that. That's a story. Ooh, I like that. That's a play. And I'll write from that. And so the editing process, my mentor taught me that the editing process can produce more than you thought it could.
Okay. Is there any particular, for you, J.E., you've written several books. So is there a particular character or person that's your favorite, like that stood out to you in your own writing? Like other people follow up, but is there somebody?
Right now it's gonna be Whitney Durham, which is also her nickname is Queenie. That's the one that I'm stuck with right now, and why I couldn't finish part 2, because like she was my baby, and I was like, I don't want to get rid of you yet. I don't want to start someone new. So it's been a little hard, but yeah, she's my favorite for right now.
Is there a particular portion or section in your that's more because it's more motivational that you're.
I would say, well, two things. I would say one, my favorite kind of writing is poetry. I think it's like the purest and rawest form of emotion for me. But in this book in particular, that's not a book of poetry. I would say there's a chapter 4, that's called You're Valuable. And if there was one thing that I would want people who read this book to take away, it's to affirm and reaffirm just how valuable you are. And so the whole chapter is just dedicated to like different scenarios, but in 1,000 different ways to say like you are valuable beyond measure. Has to be.
Is there a favorite poem for you?
No, I don't pick favorites. I sound like my father right now. I don't pick favorites. All of you are my favorite. But I think in the play that I wrote, the main character, she's really fun. I trained it into a feature film script as well. So she has all of these like superpowers that come from her Black Girl Magic, and it's literally called Black Girl Magic. So it's a really fun one, I think, because it was centered around child development and centered around finding yourself as a child. I was like, I really like her. I'm gonna keep her. I could tell that to my nieces. But in my poems themselves, I rarely ever pick favorites because I'm always editing them. So I never am like, that one I like. Yikes. I should probably pick one.
It doesn't, you don't have to. It's just like some things come to you in a deeper moment
Yes.
than other times, right?
For sure.
And that's why you relate, because each of you, I noticed when you were reading and in the beginning got very emotional. You chose pieces that brought forth some emotion for you. So it was like, wow, it is so giving of yourself. So in going through those, reading those things or putting them down to put out there, was there any fear for you in putting yourself out there like that? Jade?
Yes. For one, because I know my family's gonna read my books. And I know my mother has asked me a couple questions. She's like, what does this mean? Or, so it's sharing with strangers is way different than sharing with your family. So it's like they get to see this other part of you that they don't know or they haven't been in your mind about and things like that. So it's like they see this one person, like they see Jasmine, that's my, birth name, but they don't know who J.E. Wolf is, and that's the writer.
How about you, Stephanie? Because you got.
Yeah, there was definitely, I don't want to say fear, but reservation with telling my story. Because the truth of the matter is, especially the book No Saving Me for Later, it came from a place of just in full transparency, being in a very unhealthy relationship and having to step back from it. And it was a very public one. So there was all I didn't want to like make anyone look bad. I didn't want to like expose too much of myself to look weak. I didn't want to just come off a certain way. But then at the end of the day, like it is what it is, right? It's the truth. And again, I had to take the perspective of it's not just about me. Like, so it was very healing for me to tell the story, but like I also thought about the other people who just needed to hear it, whoever that may be. And so it kind of took myself out the equation and took away some of the reservation for me to actually be open and honest about what I went through. And then ultimately take ownership and responsibility and some accountability for like being in a situation like that. Because there's one thing when people do things to you, they hurt, and that's true. But also like at the end of the day, I had to look at myself and say, like, I allowed it to some extent to be myself, to be in the situation, and I had to rectify some of those behaviors so that I would not repeat them. So.
Yeah. For me, there's a lot of fear. I mean, that's why these are still preprints and I haven't finished it yet. This was like the last book of my undergraduate. It's like so many transitions that happen all at once in like a very speedy process because of the pandemic. So it's been really stressful, really anxiety driving, because I feel like once this is done, once this is out there, then it's like, what's Naomi going to do now? And I'm no longer writing for a grade. And that was why this book was so intense, because this wasn't for a grade. It was literally, you completed, great job. And that's why this one was a little bit more free, I think. But now that I'm not writing for a grade at all, like I'm not writing for the appreciation of my teachers, for like a teacher to not tell me again that I shouldn't be a writer, like all of these other things that I've fought through with fighting education for my writing. Now it feels like I have the education, and where does the writing stand? And so I'm working through that transition, which is why I will publish this. I shall publish it. I keep saying maybe, but now it has to be a declaration, because then I just won't do it if it's not. And working through the pushback, the inner pushback, because a lot of people, especially the people who came to the reading of my directed study, have been asking me, when are you going to publish it? When do you need help doing this, that, and the other? And not only do I have a hard time asking for help, I don't want to give up the baby, because the baby she's walking, but I don't know if she's ready to go to preschool. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
That's a good way to put it. And so, how long does it take? If there's a process, do you time yourself? Do you pace yourself, or you just like let it flow within? How do you know when the beginning and the end is? J.E.
I write in the middle and then I go all over the place. I do outlines, and most of my stuff I write first before I type it, and that kind of makes the process longer. But I just feel more personal when I write it out on pen and paper instead of just like typing, because then I get distracted with everything else. Like pen and paper is just, it's right there.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm still figuring it out, but my first book took me 3 years to write. This one took 3 months. However, there is a feeling when it's completed. It's one that I cannot describe or articulate, but it's like, yeah, that's it. And then I just know from there.
Yeah, for me, same. I am kind of like a brain fart person, where I just kind of let it all out, and then through the editing process, I figure out what's the beginning, middle, and end, which has helped me in some ways, but also hindered me in others, because I'm also a pen and paper type of person like J.E. So all of that brainstorming and letting it out is on millions of sheets of loose leaf paper or napkins or random things that I found sitting next to me on the bus. Like it's a really puzzle piece. And then through all the scrap pieces of paper, I really just look to find the beauty within it, look to find the full picture in it. And that's why there's like 7-10 books that are not published, because they are the scrap pieces, quote unquote, from other published pieces that I have, or other things that I've put in a magazine that I'm like, I want to take that back and do X, Y, and Z so it's ready for a book. So that's all. I think that entire process to make one takes me usually about 3 months, maybe more. But editing itself will take me at least a year to get it fully edited to where I'm comfortable enough to publish it without editing it again.
Okay, and how would you describe your work? The work that you all do. We'll start the name of yourself.
Okay.
Like if you said I'm an author, and these are my poems, and this is what. How would you say that?
Okay, my elevator speech?
Your elevator speech.
Okay, so I think I would say yes, I'm a spoken word artist who is developed within God in order to fully establish what I feel is ready for the public eye. And my book of poems is specifically about how the foundation of the Black body is innate to stardust, which means that we are extraterrestrial beings. And like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you know, the first form of human was a star, basically, which makes sense for the creation, but we don't have to go through the creation story. So, yes.
Okay. Tiffany?
Yeah, I would say my words are affirming, they're life-giving, they're nourishing, they build. All of my work is somehow tied to that. It's about power, it's about giving voice, it's about being free, living free. Yeah, that's it.
And back to the beginning, my books are for people like me. For me, but for everybody as well. So okay.
For everybody to
For
learn.
everybody to learn.
Okay, if it's not too uncomfortable for you, I'd like to ask you all also select something to read again. Okay, and we'll start with Naomi this time.
How did I know you were going to do that?
Because you poet. The poets are always ready first.
All right. Oh man, okay. I'll
And
do this one.
again, I want to thank everybody for watching and showing up for Elm City Lit Fest, Day 2. We're celebrating literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. And we have our authors, our local authors talk today with Naomi Jones, Tiffany Stewart, and J.E. Wood. Buy their books.
Buy the book. Okay. I'm gonna read this piece called Lungs. Yeah, no preference. It's just called Lungs. Some nights I wake up most like my father, wiry-eyed and passionate about the things outside of my control. I didn't exist, but for the use of others, the daddy fix-its. I don't usually tell the story. But something about these lungs trapped in this cage makes sense as a comparison between Black man and Black body. Both are stuck behind bars. Both, like my muscles, are in need of breath. See, I don't usually tell the story, but something about it seems just so familiar. The weight of these fabrics makes sense between my fingers. I am currently and previously in love with the scent. I cannot prove anything about this tale, yet the feeble fables be merry in its presence. Yeah, Portia was right when she said that. I am a multitude of here and there and feeling with uplifting, but most times I refuse to tell the story because to most it won't make sense. I should have not survived with everything when everyone and everything was trying to kill me. Ancestral breath kept me alive when locating and breathing in stardust. I am incongruently measured to the angles of happiness. Through the warmth in another man's arms when all I needed was my father. I don't usually tell the story because people get confused on where it comes from, where my anger originates, forgetting all the important factors that is not solely mine, but that of people before the age of Capricorns. I hate telling the story because they might mistake my multitude and my intersection and my story as a ripple to its wave, a moment in a history of outcries. This mentions only one name.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Let me ask you a leftover. You probably had some good leftovers before, but when you really think about the concept of a leftover, you begin to realize its true meaning. To truly understand the basis for everything we will explore in this book and the principles that can change your life, we must understand what a leftover is by definition and by context. To make this concept easy to understand, I will use food. Now, who hasn't eaten leftovers before? Take a moment to think about your favorite meal in a restaurant you probably love around the people you love most. I mean, really, really envision this.
Imagine the time it took to prepare, how much you enjoy eating it, and the meal's experience the way you like it most. Imagine the smiles and laughter between chewing and all the details you admire in that environment. The candles, the fine cutlery, how nicely plated your meal is. Soak that in for a minute if you would. Imagine how great that meal is. Despite how good a meal is, there are times when you decide to wrap it up and take it to go or save it for later. Now, if you're overindulgent like me, you go back in a few hours and eat the leftovers. If you're like most people, you go back the next day. And if you're like a lot of people, you never go back except to throw it away long after you initially intended to save it. There's nothing inherently wrong with saving something for later, for some other appointed time of choosing. However, the issue with leftovers is what was created for one thing is now being repurposed. Repurpose is adapting to a new purpose, which means that a thing must be out of purpose to be repurposed. That's cool when it comes to your food, but when it comes to your actual being, it's far too costly. Stick with me for a second. Similar to your favorite meal in your favorite restaurant, you were created for a purpose. When the meal turns into a leftover, the quality goes down and sometimes it's thrown out as trash. What was supposed to be a dining experience is now heated up in a microwave as a meal on your couch. It might still be good, however, the condition has changed. When you allow yourself to be put to the side, you no longer hold the same value in the box, either your own or someone else's, as you did on a plate. When you pigeonhole yourself into these self-imposed or projected boxes, you have now positioned yourself to sit around waiting for some action to take place. If you're not careful, you'll be disposable like old leftovers. And guess what? That's not what we're doing. Declare right now that you will live out your purpose. And I'll wait because I really want you to declare it because it's that important. A thing that operates in its unique purpose is not a thing saved for later, unless created to do so. I'll just say that.
Thank you. You got some for me?
I'm gonna read the synopsis, because if I read parts of it,
That's fine.
got by the book. As a foster child in Baltimore, Maryland, Whitney grew up only knowing her name. As time went on, the streets adopted her and made her into the leader of Baltimore's most feared gang. Since she didn't know her family, she created her own. On this journey, you will follow the young Whitney Farrell as she rises as the queen of Baltimore's drug world. Will she be able to balance her drug ring, love, finding her family, or will she fall into the hands of the justice system and be forgotten?
Thank you. Thank you. So I want everybody to buy the book. What's the name of your book?
Sweetie Part 1 by J.E. Wolf.
April.
Those saving me for later.
The Black Body of Love, Stardust by Marian.
It will be out in publication soon. Thank you for tuning in to the Elm City Lit Fest. Stay tuned for our next hour and look up these authors. Thank you. I'm Ife Michelle Garden. Thank you, audience.
Hi, how are you, Marian? Are you gonna be in this one?
No, I just making sure you guys look camera set up correctly.
Oh, okay. Oh, girl. How you doing, girl?
Good at you.
You gotta have your mask on, my dear. Well, I figured we were talking, so I put lipstick on. Your mask is gonna have lipstick on the inside.
I guess so.
Yeah. Let me put it on. Open microphone.
I don't even know if I wear that mask.
They might have one in the bookstore you can have.
Oh, and here's the damn silence.
I like this. This is nice.
This is
It's
actually
got
one I
denim
buy
in
right
it.
now.
Yeah.
I like that.
You know, in Brooklyn, Indigo Style Vintage, I always put her on my Instagram.
Okay.
When I lived in Brooklyn, this lady, she has a vintage and like local designers
Okay.
shop. So I got this there.
And your earrings.
That is
African
nice.
shape.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Ife, do they have extra mask here?
Yes. Yes.
By mistake.
Oh, Scott. Yeah. Could you get an extra mask? I think they're out there on the thing. Do you need it? You all right? Need anything else? Water, tissue?
No, I brought water.
Okay.
Thought about that at last minute.
Hi, Lita.
Someone was just asking about one.
Can you guys keep talking?
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so we're here with Sharon Brooks and Marian Huggins. Do you all know each other?
We
do.
do.
Okay.
From years and years and
Years
years.
ago.
Okay. We're gonna talk about Black books.
Now, you were in the school system at one time, right?
I was substitute teaching, yeah.
Okay, when my children were small.
Yeah.
And
Okay, we just got that, we're good.
Okay, when are we ready to start?
were they on the King or were they at Ross?
I need welcome to the Elm City Lit Fest, Day 2, 2021. My name is Ife Michelle Gardine. I am the founder of Elm City Lit Fest. Elm City Lit Fest is a celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. This afternoon, our talk is with Marian Huggins, head librarian at the Mitchell Library in New Haven, and Sharon Brooks. Sharon Brooks is a native New Havener and a book club aficionado. She running the book clubs. And Marian has run the Urban Book Club out of the New Haven Free Public Library for how many years now?
I'm on year 6.
For 6 years, okay? And I'm an avid reader. That's why I started Lit Fest. I love books, for my love of literature and books. And we're gonna get into our discussion. So what prompted you to start the Urban Book Club?
I think what prompted me back when we started in 2015 was that there were some books that had come out that were just so big, like Michelle Alexander's book, Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, and I wanted a group of people to read these books and talk about them. The funny thing about reading is that I would talk to people individually and say, hey, did you write this book? And then they would recommend to me another book. And I just thought, well, we should all plan to read a book and meet and talk about it. It sounds a lot easier than it actually is, the planning, the promoting, the having the space, the preparations after a pandemic. But we're still going strong. Our next book, we're reading this Saturday, we're discussing this Saturday, the 18th. It's called Everywhere You Don't Belong by Gabriel Bump. It's a debut novel. It's funny that we moved into novels after we really only read nonfiction at first, but I'm finding that novels explore the ideas we're talking about, but in a story. And so we're enjoying it.
Wow, thank you. How about you, Sharon? Because you have the ladies, I don't know what your book club is called, but you have a group of ladies, you get together in somebody's living room with some wine and some food and chat.
We started with the idea of that, but we were invited to use a local public library space. And so we would meet once a month, and the ladies were like, no, let's do this more often. So we went to twice a month. And everyone had the opportunity to select a book, a novel, and we would read that on a specific month. And it was just wonderful, and it just grew. Miss Marilyn, who's in our audience today, I met her and her daughter in the library. So I said, okay, they're definitely readers, so they are prime candidates for the books club, and they were. And it was a multi-generational group, and we've just grown to be more than just readers. And we have 1 or 2 women who said, being in that book club just opened up my eyes to everything. I just never thought some things. So it's good for people of all walks of life to come together, read the same thing, and leave with different things sometimes.
And so, how long have you been doing it?
We did that for about 6 years.
Wow. Wow. And the momentum building.
Yeah.
And and I found when I read a book and if somebody asks me, or sees me reading a book or they talk about it, that everybody comes with a different perception of the book. How has that been for your?
Well, it's been pretty amazing. A good example is when we read Jessamine Ward's book.
I know, so many delays.
Sing Unbury Sing. Sorry about that. I thought, oh my God, this is the new Toni Morrison, right? That book is so good. When I think about it, I want to read it again. And then the next book we read, right behind that, was Tayari Jones' book, An American Marriage. And I remember thinking, oh, this is not deep like the Jessamine Ward book. But when we got into the book discussion and all the people started adding what they could pull from it, I saw that it was deep. Like my reading had been almost surface, but when you hear other people say, well, what about this? Even to the picture of the tree on the cover, I don't know if you can picture that. Like I hadn't looked at that. Like it's so many things that your eyes, even in reading, your eyes literally skip over words. But when you get together with six or seven people and they go, well, what about this? Well, what about that? And you realize that, wow, I didn't see that. Or sometimes you think you remembered a passage. And you really haven't. Oh yeah, well, what about this part? And then somebody in the group goes, wait a minute, that's not how it went. And they said, turn to page 135. And I go, oh, and I'm the leader, okay? I'm the one who chose these books. I did research about them. I read reviews of them. I looked at the authors on YouTube. You know, I've done my homework, but it's in the actual reading that other eyes pick up what your eyes didn't see. And that's what adds to the richness of it.
Yes.
So how about for you, Sharon?
Same thing. I think that because of where we're coming from and all these different places and all these different experiences, it adds a certain amount of layers to the reading and to the understanding of each book. And
So both of you have your book clubs focused on African American books,
yes.
or books from the African diaspora, correct?
Not 100% in my
Okay.
case. One of the books we read this year was by Friday Umgreiger. Hard to say her name. She's of Indian descent. And she wrote a book called Everybody's Son. Now the topic had to do with race in America. And it was interesting just to see her deal with it as an immigrant, because she came to the US at 20 years old. So she's not coming through childhood in this atmosphere. This is stuff that she had to learn.
What country?
From India. So it was interesting. I also read a lot of books by Africans. Of course, Jayasi's book.
The African diaspora.
Right. But I also, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
African,
Because I meant
Caribbean,
African American.
of
I
all
thought you
colors.
meant African American,
Yeah.
but all of Africans.
All of
There's another author named David Chermiandi. He's in Canada.
Yes.
Oh my God. What a writer. What a writer this guy is.
That was the last book that I read. That book was really
Oh my God, that book,
compelling
Brother.
about the two brothers.
Right.
Oh my God.
The title is Brother, and I recommend it highly. What I like, and I don't know if you do this too, sometimes we go back and we read the real old ones. We read Ernest Gaines, A Lesson Before Dying. Yeah.
So Sharon, what books have stood out for you and your group?
I'm trying to think of one that I considered a sleeper hit, and I believe that was by Bernice McFadden. A woman divorces and somehow comes into some money, and instead of collecting all these material things, she decides that she's going to use that new wealth to help organizations and charities. And it was just such a wonderful success for us. And it got people thinking about philanthropy. And we brought in someone from the, downtown, like the New Haven Community Fund that came in and spoke to us and explained to us.
Community
that Foundation. Thank you. That it doesn't have to be big amounts of money that can affect change in your community. So that was one. Everything everybody just loved. We did a lot of African American women authors. I'm trying to think of something else that was really great. Sula, of course. I can't think of it.
That's okay.
An hour from now, I'll be boom, 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 boom.
So what is did you say your current book that you're reading is what?
It's called Everywhere You Don't Belong.
Okay.
It's a debut novel by Gabriel Bump. I think it's about a young man who, he lives in the south side of Chicago. He lives with his grandmother. He has been abandoned by his parents. So the idea of belonging, outside of his door, there's the street kids, the gangs and whatnot. Well, he actually goes to college. He goes to the University of Missouri. But when he gets there, he doesn't belong there either. So the title, Everywhere You Don't Belong, is like, where do you belong? It's kind of a funny book. It's kind of humorous. There's this big scene between the two families who are at dinner and they're trying to say, well, Chicago is known for basketball. And the other family's like, no, New York is known for basketball. And then they all start naming these basketball players, like who's best, and it gets louder and louder, and it gets real offensive, and the other family leaves. So there's some humorous parts. Sometimes when there's humor in a book, you don't know if the author is serious. You ever feel that way? Like it almost comes to comic book proportions.
Okay.
That's how outlandish it becomes.
So have you had any books that stood out, like that got heated in conversation with your group that you can remember?
That I can remember is the key part. I can't. No.
Well, what book stood out for you? It had lately. Like, what are you reading?
We have not done anything during the pandemic.
Okay.
But
what have you personally been reading?
What
I know you've been reading something.
I've been reading, and I was looking at the new releases out there near the door. On my bed, I have, oh God, I can't even think. Because I go to bed with books. So sometimes I read a couple of pages, sometimes they don't, they have to wait. And of course I just can't.
Okay, because I know for me, Sharon, sometimes I read 2 or 3 books at a time. And so the plots start to mixing. So somebody said something, if I was reading a book at another time I read 2 more books, and somebody ask me about a book, oh yeah, I was reading that, and this, and this. They're like, no, this is what it's like, oh yeah. This, okay, now I know which one,
So you can focus on that.
So you can focus on it. It also depends on what's going on in life. So this conversation is actually about the significance of Black book clubs and maintaining Black book clubs, right? So when you started the book club, did you think about that, or what has been the significance, and why do you think we should keep it going?
I think the significance for us was to strengthen and create a sisterly bond. And by bringing in young adults, older people, and everything, it always keeps the conversations lively. It keeps you're always informed, and it's eye-opening. And it makes you consider other points of view. And that's the main thing.
So why Black books?
Because that's what we are. Why female authors? Because we can identify more with them. So I don't think we've ever covered a Caucasian author at all. And we never had any complaints.
And how about for you? You start in what?
We started in a library, so because we're in a library, it's not that Black book club. It's whoever wants to be in the book club.
Well, I mean the books.
The books that I choose are mostly by African people of the African diaspora. Well, like I said, I've had others. I had a Caucasian book. I can't remember the title right now, but he did a study on families and evictions. Anybody can yell out the name because it won all kinds of awards.
Why is it called the Urban Book Club?
Because of, what was it? Was it called Evicted? Okay, and he came to New Haven, right? He came to New Haven, and I think he won a National Book Award for his book.
That's a significant.
It's very significant, and It's called urban for two reasons, because it started at the Wilson branch, which is an urban location. And also, because I think in my mind, I thought it was gonna be all African-American writers, but there is it's not urban lit. We don't read any urban lit or street lit or whatever the title of that is now. It's basically, here's books about us. They could take place in the country down south. You know, Jessamine Ward's book took place in Mississippi, Louisiana, right? So the book is not urban, but the location is urban. Now, I was telling another person here, this young lady, the poet, when we moved to online, I lost a lot of people. I lost almost all of our Black women, but other people came on. So I'm hoping that we're going to go back to in-person meetings, and I'm hoping that our Black women will come back. Okay. Because sometimes I think to myself, wow, I started this for us. I do know that there's a benefit in having people from different races reading these books, because they wouldn't have picked them up on their own. You know, they might have heard about them, but to pick it up and really, really study it. We read the first one, The Warmth of Other Suns, by Isabel Wilkerson. Oh my God. There was so much history. Those people didn't know that history. I didn't know a lot of that history, but those people had no idea. So it was eye-opening, you know?
She had a lot of facts in it.
Yes.
Yes, she did.
And cast as well. And one of the reasons why the Lit Fest is a celebration of the African diaspora is because I want to create a knowledge of the literature of the diaspora for everyone, right? For African Americans first and foremost, because we're we don't grow up having a knowledge. No one in this country grows up having a real serious knowledge from outside of their family, because there are some families that people grow up with, you know, that additional knowledge. And there's other families that, you know, people don't see a book by African American author until they're into adulthood or they have seeked it out themselves. So how was it for you growing up, Shane, for us growing up? Because we were in that Catholic, Sharon and I went to a Catholic school that is now no longer there, but they have one Black child in each class.
Oh God, that was an integration experiment. Prior to going there, we went, no, really it was. But prior to going there, we went to an all-Black parochial school. And at my home, we always had books. Back in those days, your parents paid for the full set of World Book Encyclopedia.
Oh, girl.
And so that was our Google. That was our generation's Google. So if you had an assignment or if you had a question about anything, you went to that encyclopedia and found the answers that you needed. So in addition to that, we always had books at home. And I've loved books since forever. Which is why, of course, now when Ife asks me these pointed questions, I can't think of anything. But I think it's so important that we have books in our households, because when our children see us reading, then they know that this is a viable activity. This is something that will stay with you forever. And to hear that little phrase about, if you want to hide something, put it in the covers of a book for Black people, I'm glad to say it's no longer true. I think we're more and more embracing reading as being fundamental, not just for your children that you're trying to direct to college, but for everyone. Whether it's reading a newspaper, which you don't see that much anymore, or a magazine or something. We have to incorporate reading more and more, I think.
Yeah, and so for the Urban Book Club.
As far as did I have reading in my home?
Yeah.
My mother went to every bookstore and book sale that you can imagine. And we had a room with books up to the ceiling. Like she could have easily opened a bookstore in her house. What I didn't know was that my mother didn't read those books. Yes, I read those books when I was a kid. Some of them weren't age appropriate for me, but hey, it was there. I read. I'm one of those people who, if I'm eating my cereal, I'm reading the back of the cereal box. You know, sodium, 7%, whatever, yeah. I read and read and read. You were talking about reading 3 stories. I find if I read a fiction and then a nonfiction, I can keep them separated.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. But I read and read and read. And when I came to the library, I would see all these people just sitting. Some of them were on computers, but some of them were just sitting. Like you could count 20 people just sitting at a table. And I thought, wow, it would be nice if I got these people to be in a book club, because they're here anyway. So it was going to be an all men's book club.
Wow.
And it was going to be called the Man Up Book Club. And the first book we read was called Man Up. Okay. Well, needless to say, 2 people were there. Two people were there, and I got no men interested. And even at this point, even now, there's one man who reads. There's like 3 men who read, but they won't come to the discussion. Okay. They want to know, what's the new book? What are you reading now? And they take the book out the library and they read it, and they can talk to me about it. We have long conversations, but they won't come to the book club because they think that the ladies at the table are going to be judging them or something. Wow. So right now we have one man who's faithful in attending, and you know, I'm hoping that when we go back to in person, I could kind of revamp it. I can get some else.
Actually, you started talking about, my next question was going to be like, have you had a problem getting men to join? Well, you have a sisterhood book club. So.
Right. In ours, we had a couple of husbands that, because of the social aspect and how much fun we had, they were like, why can't the men come in? Well, why? I'm like, start your own thing. But nobody wants that work. Nobody wants to do the work, I think. They want to come in. They want to participate without laying the foundation, doing the groundwork.
They want to set up already. And
and I imagine it would be difficult to grab and recruit men readers. And I think the idea of a book club is one that in their mind is a female construct. And I think that may be why you see the resistance of men coming in to discuss, because they think that's a female kind of thing.
So for those who are on Facebook Live, if there are any men out there listening to this, you know, get in touch with Marian at the library.
Yes.
Elm City LIT Fest at Gmail. Hit us up. We help you get it started. Okay. So what, because obviously COVID, you said that you went online.
We went on Zoom.
And you stopped.
We stopped.
Because I also had, the way LIT Fest started in 2019 in the summer was a book club. Okay. I started out to build momentum for it, starting with a book club. And actually our first book, because again, it's the African diaspora. So anybody of color throughout the world, right? Because everybody of color gets underrated. You know, when you look at the New York Times top, unless it's from the Oprah's recommendation or one of the Obamas or something, like, you know, and then other folks be thinking that they read something because
they did it.
Woo, child.
For the year. They read that one thing for the year.
Right. And they're integrated into the, you know, I have a couple of things on my shelf, but we want to create more exposure
Right.
And like you have intergenerational, it's significant. You said have people should start reading books to their children from in the womb. I think personally. So how do you think moving forward, how do you think we can get more interest or
I just think it's like anything else. People come and people go. And every once in a while, you just have to do your first work over, just rewrite the foundation. I'm glad for the continuity, you know, and of course, the reading. I would do it for the reading. I would discuss a book with one person for the reading.
Yes.
But I think sometimes you just have to do the first work over. You have to say, hey, we have a book club. Have you ever heard of it? You know? And a lot of times people say, oh, yeah, I heard of it, or I came once. It's funny that I actually met a lady who, I was on a bus trip and I was sitting beside someone. We were going to like Pennsylvania Dutch or something. And the person sitting next to me said, oh, that lady right there is in your book club. And I was trying to look at her through the seats. And I said, I don't know that lady. So people are going around and saying that they're in a book club. That's how admirable. No, that's how admirable being in a book club is. It's almost like saying I go to church. And maybe you there twice, right? But anyway.
how has marketing been for you? Like, or do you market? You just do word of mouth. Or do
We
you
do word of mouth. Yeah, we just do word of mouth. If you know somebody, if you know their reader, if you meet someone who wants to increase their reading.
Right.
Or wants to increase their exposure to Black authors, then you have a way to bring them in. As you know, I'm a member of the book club. It's online now, and if it ever goes back to in person, I'll still opt for the online option out of Brooklyn. And there are, I would say, quite a few, well, relatively speaking, there are several men that meet, and that one is that every week?
That's monthly.
Monthly.
Is that Ron Kavanaugh's
That's
book?
Ron
Yes,
Kavanaugh's book.
yes. And I love it. So that entire Zoom platform and purchasing the books, and they tell you so much in advance about which book will be selected. And I find it's very, very good. I enjoy it.
It's out of the Bronx. I
what
can't
I
think
say,
of it. I can't think of it what it's called now. But they and they
One
also
book, one Bronx.
Yeah, one book, one Bronx. One year. But one of the things I found when I did our book club, and we started in person over at the Willie Edgar Beaver Hills at the management team meet from the management team. But when we went virtual, there were quite a bit of I got probably about 4 or 5 people from like somebody from Florida, somebody from Georgia, and even with Lit Fest, we had to do virtual last year, and we did podcasts. People from all over, you know, and even now we hope that people globally are watching this. But it opened it up to a global audience. But when we didn't have that, like as we closed things down and maybe got more personal, I just wanted to kind of get more folks locally interested. And then we have great spaces like People Get Ready, you know, to meet at, or the library.
This is a great space.
Yes.
As they're opening. But so what do you see for the future?
I think that I do want to point out that the Urban Life Experience book discussion series started at the Wilson Branch in the Hill. And of course, when we went to online, it didn't matter where it was, but it is going back to the Hill. We met once, and we had about 6 people, and then we had 2 people on the screen because I also gave them a Zoom address. And they can see us really good. If you set up 2 laptops, it makes like a panorama of the room. We can hear them well, they can hear us well. So that's probably what we'll be doing again. That's probably gonna be our future thing. half Zoom, half in person, so that if we ever have to close again, you don't lose, it's like, okay, this time we're gonna be on Zoom. Unfortunately, we did Lucille Clifton's poetry, and that one I had envisioned sharing like in an email format, and I was the only one emailing. Like I would read the poem, I would write it, and I would say, what do you think about this? And write what I thought, and nobody wrote me back. So I was doing that with myself for about 3 weeks. So obviously email does not work as a book club. It has to be something that's interactive. They want to see your face, they want to hear your voice. So like you said, I've had people from LA and stuff like that. Mostly I told my mother about this and she wants to join. So, that's how you get the person from Texas or the person from Los Angeles. Word of mouth, like you said. Yeah. So other than that, I can't think of a better way to market. You can't reach a whole lot of people at once, but I think it's more sincere and people will make the effort to come because they heard you say it, rather than read it on a flyer.
So Sharon, did you kind of shut down operations for Zoom, over Zoom, or no? Or
We have not done Zoom, but we've had suggestions about it, and I think that now, due to this conversation, I'm going to revisit that because I love the camaraderie and everything with the reading and just the idea exchanges because they can be quite different than what you have.
So I don't know if either one of you know, but there's a book club conference. There's a book club conference actually in Atlanta.
I did not know.
Once a year, national.
Is that
book club
AB something African?
I think it's a national. I forgot what it's exactly called, but it's a book club conference that's held in Atlanta. And I believe it's mostly African American book clubs. And then there's the Go On Girl Book Club, which was started by a woman that used to be the editor at Essence, that is global as well. That has like branches all over the place. And then Well-Read Black Girl.
Yes.
She also started a book club out of having Glory.
Yeah. And she wrote a book.
Yes.
And the book she wrote was called Well-Read Black Girl.
Yes, I have.
And that's how I learned about Lucille Clifton. I didn't know that name at all. I didn't know her poem, Homage to My Hips. I didn't know any of that before. So that's how I learned about her, was in that book.
And that is one of the reasons that book clubs are significant, right? Because we find out about
each other.
Literature, and there's so much out there
that existed before you were born, and you didn't know about it. That's amazing to me. I'm just like, well, where was I? But nobody was bothering to teach us.
Yeah. So when was your first time in like learning about African American or writers of the African diaspora? When did your first recollection? And do you remember your first book?
I read Toni Morrison's book, Song of Solomon. I was 18. I started reading it at night. I kept reading. I kept looking at the clock going, you better get to bed, it's getting late. So I would turn off the light and I would go, oh my God, what's Milkman gonna do about that? And I would get back up and turn on the light and read some more. And at 5 a.m. I finished. And it's still my favorite book. I have to make myself not read it like every 5 years, because otherwise it'll just become too familiar, right? In every book I read, I compare to see if I'm getting that feeling. Like, is this a book that's gonna make me stay up all night? And really, I haven't found one yet.
Wow. I would say my first was, I was probably in the 8th or 9th grade. I know Sula made such an impression on me because we see her as a young girl, and then we see her as a woman, so we see that progression, but her carefreeness and her spunk and her sass, I really could identify with that. So definitely Sula. at parochial school, there were always biographies, so I found that I don't like biographies. I've overdosed on biographies. I don't want to know
About anybody's life.
I don't want to know how anybody grew up. I've had enough of that. So novels are my thing. Sula, I just loved, and I love that Marian said Milkman, well, Song of Solomon was her favorite. Tar Baby is my all-time favorite. Nothing so far has beat Tar Baby. And I think because it's set in the Caribbean, no, I mean down south. Well, yeah, it is set in the Caribbean. And my dad is of Caribbean descent, and my mom is from down south, which leads me to another favorite, which is Mama Day by Gloria Naylor.
Yeah.
I just love that book. It reminds me of a couple of my aunts that are Southern. But and anytime I see Black folk doing some things that are just completely crazy that I can't quite put my mind to, I always think of the character there that says, when she's talking about the Black folks in the audience on the Phil Donahue show, and she calls them honorary Black folks or honorary white folks.
Who
whatever.
said that? Tell me more.
The grandma, the mama said.
The mother and
Oh,
Mama Day, Gloria
Mama Day,
Naylor.
that's right, Gloria Naylor, that's right.
More recently,
I gotta reread that.
oh, I love that one. More recently, and I don't know how I came to, a lot of books I come to through Essence Magazine, through their page where they highlight recently released publications. And the Book of Night Women. Oh my God, you gotta read that by Marlon James. It takes place very long ago on a Caribbean, I believe it's a sugar plantation. And these 7 half-sisters plan an insurrection. It is utterly amazing. That is a book that will keep you up at night, and it's a big book. So if you're not a big book lover, just
Try it out.
savor it in little bites. And I thought that the sisters' names were very odd. And come to find out they're from whichever book has Circe and some Greek mythology.
Yeah.
So one's name is Lilith, Homer, Circe, and they're not full sisters. They're
Have the same dad.
same dad who is the owner of this
The plantation.
plantation. So they're all different ages. These women are.
But they're slaves, the women.
They're all enslaved.
Thank you for that, Sharon.
Yeah, thank you.
Gave us a book
I'm looking
recommendation.
Oh my
The
God.
Book of Night Women.
The Book
So
of
for
Night
me,
Women.
my first, because I read a lot too, I read voraciously, a lot. But the first book that had impact on me was Their Eyes Are Watching God.
Oh yes.
And then I wanted to read everything
Yes.
by Zora.
Yes.
It like what? Like the main character just has so much fire, and also stay true to herself through whatever was going on. I could, and Toni Morrison, I could just go through her books over and over and over again. And I found that over the years, people have said, you can read Toni Morrison, I read her books twice. And for me, I just see it, like I got mad when they, not mad, but I was kind of disappointed in the movies because you can't capture you have to keep those kinds of books in your head. And then Octavia Butler's books, like
Oh my God.
you gotta be
On top of you.
Yes.
what? You gotta be on top of your game.
Yes. Dude. Yes.
And reread and also like if anybody is getting ready to make a movie, they play whatever out of anything Octavia Butler, you gotta know. Because like what we have in our head about that is like you know,
The
so.
image that you got from reading is almost like holy to you. You don't want nobody to mess with that.
No,
image.
no, that's true.
You really don't.
That's true.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
So that's why when you have the book club and you talk and interact, you get the full, you get another perspective
Right,
and how
Right,
to.
and it makes it's just a more rich experience that way
Yeah.
than just reading it and thinking it based on your experiences. But when you can bring everybody's in, wow, I never thought of that.
So many things.
Yeah.
So we thank you all. We thank the audience for showing up. We thank Sharon Brooks and Marian Huggins. And we want to encourage everyone of all ages and all sexes, male, men, and women, to, start a book club, start your own book club. And hit us up, elmcitylitfest@gmail.com, or on our website, Elm City Lit Fest, to find out how you can start a book club. How about that? And this is Ife Michelle Gardine. We're ending this segment, and we hope to see you at the next one. Blessings. Founder of Elm City Lit Fest. Elm City Lit Fest is a celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. On this segment of the Lit Fest today, we have Dr. Bill Foster in conversation with Lucy Hurston, who is the niece of my favorite writer, Zora Neale Hurston. And they're going to have a conversation about Black literature and the evolution of Black literature. Dr. Bill Foster is a retired, he says retired, but he's still teaching, a professor from the Connecticut State School System, the Connecticut State System. And he's also a connoisseur and also a historian of Black comics, among other things, and a good friend. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bill. and enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Geffen. Appreciate that. This mask. Darn COVID. Darn COVID. But if you can't hear me in the back, just raise your hand, okay? And I'll try to speak a little louder and enunciate. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, thank you. All right. This is my good friend, Lucy Hurston. My life has been blessed by her presence. That I've worked with her as a fellow teacher, as a fellow dramatist, as a fellow actor. She has engaged me to do works that her aunt wrote, some with Langston, some by herself. And I'm particularly fascinated by her aunt's travels through the South with no male or escort, but only a pistol, and she wasn't afraid to whip it out. She would go to juke joints in town she had never been to, play cards all night, drink, and the women in town really hated her. So if anybody was coming after her, you knew who it was. But she didn't stop what she was doing. It was research. She wanted to find out about medicinal herbs. I'm telling you, she was changing the landscape of how Black people deal with our literature and our lives and our history. When she first, okay, when she got to the Harlem Renaissance, all they saw was somebody who came from down south. And she was saying, well, my father created them down to Black people. They called her a liar to her face. And she said, I don't think so. And straightened them right out. You don't know everything Black because you sit at a fine desk and you wear a suit all day. Don't even get it, don't get it twisted. And she straightened them out. And she set a new level of what was real for us as people. There have always been, talking about African American literature, people who want to forget where we came from. They want to create something new, where we speak the King's English, we're sitting around eating off China dishes. No, that's interesting for some people who've made it or people who had an opportunity, but the rest of us drank from metal cups, set the table best we could, and still had a sense of who we were as people. Am I telling the truth, y'all? Y'all can answer, it's okay. Yeah. Pretend we in Black church. Somebody say amen. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. My service coming up. And Lucy and I have been fellow teachers at the community college system for a while, and we have commiserated because it's good to have family nearby. Somebody who understands and listens to you. So it's gonna be my pleasure. Somebody's gonna get me off the time when it's time for me to go, because we're gonna be here for a long time. A lot to talk about. You want to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi, thank you.
No, I'm sitting here. That's it.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for wearing your mask. Okay, give yourself a round of applause. It's a pleasure of encouragement and concern. Okay, thank you. I met Bill when I was a student at 31 years old at the community college. And I was taking a drama class, and we were doing Midsummer's Night Dream, okay? Shakespeare, I love Shakespeare, right? And here's this guy that's in the play with me, and he's an English professor there. I was a student. That's when we first met, all right? We did several productions of lots of other things since then. And then I got hired to teach. He was already there. I got hired to teach as a sociology professor at the college where he was at. And I spent a few years there and then moved to Manchester, where I spent the last 20-something years of my life. And I just retired at the top of this year.
Wait a minute, that calls for applause. You retired with something in your head still left. God bless you.
Okay. So that's where we first met. We started with our love of theater, and then we co-taught a bunch of things, and then he taught Hurston, and I'd come to his class, and then I'd bring him to my class to talk. But the understanding of the importance and significance of the contribution of Zora Neale Hurston are still unfolding. Okay, since she passed in 1960, it's still unfolding. We have more works of hers either published or preparing to publish now posthumously than she did during her life. Okay, so you're in for it, all right? Several books are coming out. There are movies that are in the works, converting, like Barracoon. If you've heard, how many of you have heard of Barracoon? Okay, Barracoon is the proverbial tale of how we all got here. Okay, almost. Okay. Barracoon is the only documented source of what it was like to be captured at the motherland, put in these cages that were called barracoons, and left at the shore for weeks, perhaps months, until the ship that just left came back for the next load of slaves. Okay? Zora interviewed the gentleman Cujo, who was in Africa, on the continent, at the motherland, son of the king, captured, put in those cages, took the voyage, lived through slavery, okay, through the auctioning, trying to find a wife, having children, watching every single one of his children die, and then being freed and moving to an all-black little town. She got the interview. Now, you hear about Charles Johnson in the Middle Passage, but we never had the before, during, and after tale, okay? And Barracoon is that tale, okay? First-hand account from someone who lived through capture, transport, slavery, and freedom, okay? So it's an exceptionally important narrative that we have no place else, okay? So Barracoon is probably the one you're gonna be looking for as a movie.
Absolutely.
In the near future, right? But as a good teacher, what do I say? Read the book before you say them. Thank you. Read the book, and let me think, where could you get the book? I'm just saying, okay? Any Hurston related stuff that you would really like an authentic Hurston person to sign, today would be your day to go get that book, okay? Because I don't know what I'm putting back down here. I live way north, all right?
You do not.
It's way north. It's Bloomfield.
Oh, you I forgot. She right. That is way north.
I know you were thinking like Vermont.
Yeah. The interesting thing about this story is, stop and think about this. Those of us who saw Roots as a TV sitcom, not as something that teachers showed a piece of in the classroom, where every day,
okay.
Hey, dude, some folks, some of that stuff we showed on there was like not real. They would refuse to believe it. Black people were transformed by Roots. And that wasn't the whole story. This is the whole thing. Okay? And the people were thinking that they're really sad about hearing how we really feel about how our history's been told. This is going to blow them away. Okay? And on the real, there are Black people who are offended by telling that story. Don't even get it twisted. The idea is that we have to get over our own offense and have an appreciation of where our history is worth. Oldest expression I ever heard, and I still use it in my classroom. Not aware of your past, tree with no roots. And you know what happens to a tree with no roots. Falls over and dies. So all of this is our history. Champion all of this, if you will. And not just among young people. Y'all know some older people who suddenly reinvent in history because that seems to be the thing people want to do now. I'm reading all the time. I don't know everything. I'm trying to find out as much as I can. And I'm done, I pass the book on. It doesn't have to be to a young person, it's to another person. That's how stories get passed on from one generation to the next, yes? Okay? I got some stories that just changed the way I was reading. Funny, I should mention stories being passed on.
Every time we meet each other, we give each other a book. Okay, to go out to reading maniacs, right? The love stories of W.D. books. Okay?
Yeah? Little down right there. Okay.
Your turn next, okay?
No sweat. Oh, Oprah sings on it. Okay, so the idea is that you never can get tired of reading. I had one of my teachers in class tell me about a friend of hers he was at the same generation. I am very fortunate. The teachers that taught me in school were Black women. The principal of one of my elementary schools was a Black woman. And I never appreciated until years later what they had to go through to get where they got. And they were going through Black education. They were learning Shakespeare and Chaucer and Black writers as well. And they were just one generation away from those guys. And they were reading them and passing the word to us. When I was in elementary school, we did Carmen. All of our teachers played classical piano. They played for us during the morning assembly. And you never appreciate it. Things that were symbols of who we are and how we got where we are. Nowadays, I think people are still fighting about reading the Bible in school. We read it every morning. And then none of us turned into no holy rollers, but the idea is that we had to do shades. And somehow somebody's scared that something's gonna happen inside your head. What's gonna happen is you're gonna open your mind to possibilities. I read science fiction as a young person, and every once in a while, I would read stories that had black people in them. I said, whoa, black people in science fiction. This was before Star Trek. Thank you, horror, but it was before Star Trek. And no, don't be cut on that. I love that. But here's the thing: is I read a story that talked about the future, and there were black people in it. Richard Pryor said this one time, and I never forgot it. He said he had just seen Logan's Run. He said, and ain't none of us in there. So I guess they expected we're not gonna be here in the future, And I added something to it because I'm a animated cartoon fan. The Flintstones, they had all kinds of guest stars. They never had a black guest star. So if we're not in the Jetsons and we're not in the Flintstones, where the heck are we? Ain't no black people nowhere.
We were Mr. Rogers in the little blue pool, okay?
Oh, God,
the mailman, okay?
Yeah.
And he did that as an intentional defiant act, all right, during institutionalized segregation, all right? When Negroes, term at the time, could not go into swimming pools, were not allowed in swimming pools and stuff, he invited the mailman, who was black, on the Mr. Rogers show in his neighborhood, to come and sit with him on this hot day, and he had a little blue pool that we all had for our kids, right? With his feet, and and invited the mailman to put his feet in the pool with him. And I mean, it was a big deal back in the. It was just like Charles Schultz when he introduced the first black character. Okay, that's a big deal. Right. Zora's big deal got overlooked. For the early years of her life and the early contributions that she made, because not only did she have the audacity to be an intellectual and be black, okay, but she was female. And she was arrogant and obstinate, and she didn't want to hear crap. Okay? She drank hard, she smoked, she loved every man she could get. My model, my hero. Okay?
Help us, Jesus.
But what I mean by that is that she defied the restrictiveness of her gender that was applied to her. Her brothers, her one sister, the family she came out of, her father was a Baptist minister, Reverend John C. Hurston, married to Lucy Ann Potts Hurston, whose parents really were aggravated by the fact that she was going to marry the Reverend Hurston because she was light skinned, she could do better. Okay? So you see about the race relations within the race. Okay, that color spectrum within the race. That is the enemy living in our head. Okay.
We used to talk about the traditions in black families in our classroom. I told my class about the paper bag test. Who does not know the paper bag test? Raise your hand, let's find out. Who does not? So
if you do not know about the paper bag test, raise your hand. Don't be ashamed. You know the paper bag test? Okay, good.
Okay. Everybody here knows what the color of a paper bag is, right? You go to a place and you want to take part, and they hold that paper bag up to your face. If you were darker than that bag, no go.
Yep.
And black people did that. White people didn't do that.
Yep.
So the idea is that
you couldn't bring home a date, someone to meet your parents that was a prospective, okay, if they didn't pass the bag test in some households.
And God forbid you should bring up a dark baby. Like that was your fault. The world changed a lot when we started talking to each other about what we can do and how we can survive here. There are people who are still mad about integration. Why? Because in the black community, every type of business was owned by black people. Barbershops, beauty parlors, funeral parlors, grocery stores, boot blacks, hat designers, all that was owned by us. When integration came in, it changed up, okay? And black people were not given those same opportunities they had in the communities any place else. So I understand when people are mad because integration changed. Oh, integration is going to be a great boon to us, but no, it's a mixed bag.
And Zora was very much against integration. Okay, I mean, she was adamant about it. She did not believe in busing. She said it would be the downfall. It would be the beginning of the downfall of the race when they integrated what we had in our segregated communities. And she did lots of studies about segregated communities while she was traveling south, capturing the history. She said before, these are her words, before integration ruined these communities, okay? But Black communities that were self-sufficient and isolated, right, had one culture, had one set of standards. And so I could discipline your kid because we operated as the same concept of how kids should behave. And the teacher lived in the neighborhood, and if you were acting up down the street, the lady down the street could beat you up and get in touch with your mother before you got home.
And then be another butt.
Okay? All right. So she thought that the cultures and the rules and the way that we interacted as a people worked better in the educational system, right? When we were isolated, all she wanted was dollar for dollar, book for book, equal if you're going to be separate. Okay. And the problem with that equal with separate thing is that equal came never. Okay. Just separate came. All right.
The Black community had an interesting kind of, we watched over everybody kind of feel to it. And my community in West Philadelphia was the same. My mother was big in the Black church. I lived in West Philly. I could be in North Philly, which is not next door. And somebody see me, ain't you such and such boy? And I'd say, oh, you know, because I knew my mother was going to call. And I know what they was going to say. Was he doing nothing? No, he was fine. You know.
Code for whip his butt.
And truly, it's like, and there was another part to it too. When I would come home from college, I'd be home in my family's house in the summertime. All the adults would be at work. Come to find out, I was the oldest adult in the street. One of the kids got hurt. And if somebody go to the hospital with the kid, every kid in the neighborhood knew where I was and came and got me. And that was the first time I realized, oh my God, the system still works. And I'm thinking about how old I am. None of your business. I'm thinking about how old I am. And and the idea is that when I was a kid, street vendors would have a horse and a wagon coming through selling fish, farm-fetched vegetables, or or greens. And I'm looking at in the books that I read history, and that was like a 1920s phenomenon, but it stayed around to the 1950s, okay? And certain people you could trust 100% more than you would trust a guy at the store, okay? Where the quality was not always as good, definitely not as fresh. So the communities we grew up, and New Haven has a part of that community still in place. I followed people who on Thanksgiving go to the social service agency and pick up turkeys to take to people. I say, this is such and such. I knew you didn't have a way to get out the house. Here's a turkey for it. And people were so grateful. I think it still goes on. Yeah. I would bet it still does. Okay?
It still does.
We need to be gratified for that kind of stuff. Don't let, you know how we are when we were teenagers. Oh, some of y'all still teenagers. You know how when we were teenagers, we didn't want to hear nothing because we knew too much, and fortunately we didn't say too much because our lips would be ripped off our faces. But the idea is that we had to have an appreciation. They didn't get here by not knowing something. Richard Pryor said that too. He said, you never met an old person who's stupid because all the stupid people are dead.
And the idea was that even though the Reverend Hurston and his wife, Lucy was the school teacher in town, right? The town that they moved to, they were actually living in Notasulga, Alabama. That is where Zora Neale Hurston was born. She was born in Notasulga, Alabama, not Eatonville, Florida. That's where she grew up, okay? And she lied about it to protect it and for whatever other reasons, but by the time she got to Eatonville, they had heard in Notasulga, they were sharecroppers. Reverend Hurston and his wife were sharecroppers, right? And they had heard that there was this Black town being formed, all right? And they were looking to get away from Jim Crow and everything else that was taking place there. And so they moved to Eatonville. They show up in Eatonville, and the very first structure that goes up in the town is church, okay? And the Reverend Hurston just happens to land the job as the first minister at the Macedonia Baptist Church, all right? The next building that goes up is school. School wasn't a social institution, that it was taught at home by mommies like Lucy, right? Like my grandmother. All right, so what's the next building that goes up?
Liquor store? I'm sorry, I was thinking that. I'm sorry, excuse me, y'all.
That's later. Nope. Medicine wasn't yet a social institution that was done outside. Women did that, all right? How about jail? Yeah, because we need structure, we need control. You're either gonna listen and you're gonna follow God's orders or go directly to jail, okay? So the town hall, city hall structure and the jailhouse and all that was the next thing that was built up in Eatonville. Now the name Eatonville comes from the work done by Josiah Eaton, who was a, missionary, okay? And he and his wife and his son were traveling and teaching Negroes to read, which was illegal, punishable by death, okay? That's how important it was to keep education away from Negro people, okay? And he died, the son died because of malaria or something where they were doing missionary work. So in respect to the son, they named the father, they named the town Eatonville after Josiah Eaton, okay? It was the very first Black all-incorporated town in America. Self-rule, self-government, social controls over themselves. This was a proud moment, okay? And they were self-sufficient, ran their own businesses, had their own customs and stuff. And Zora decided that this was important enough because she was a multiculturalist. She didn't think that cultures needed to be ranked, that someone's culture and practices was more important than others, just that they should all coexist, shoulder to shoulder. And the importance and value of each of them can be shared across lines. And that was her premise, was that if we stop being so isolated in our silos this way, then we could learn from each other and help each other out with things that occur in one culture that doesn't occur in ours. Okay, or things that occur in ours that can help out others. So she was this multiculturalist, right? The Black contemporaries at the time, right, the Langston Hughes, and all, they really had no kind of respect for the type of work that she did because they were doing what they thought was race work. And she was doing race/gender work, okay? And so that whole gender issue wasn't even like a word, a thought, or concept anywhere near them at that time. So if she wasn't doing what they were doing, they didn't have a whole lot of respect for her. And they didn't, right? But her and Langston had a really good relationship, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But the foundations of Eatonville is what made Zora the type of person that she is, right? You grow up, and this is the importance and the significance of having Black people of all kinds from the entire diaspora in the school system at all levels. If you see you can be that, okay? I never had a Black teacher growing up. Never, okay? Up until I retired January 1st of this year, I still had students coming into my classroom saying, oh my God, my first Black teacher. I've never had a Black teacher before. In 2020, I've never had a Black teacher before, right? So it does something to say that we built up this ourselves, depending on nobody else but ourselves. Eatonville existed. Now, first generation outside of slavery, right? My father used to tell me when I used to get mouthy, he'd say, just remember, lady, you're just one generation between you and slavery.
Oh my God.
Okay? No, my father was born in 1898. Yeah. Daddy was still hanging at 60, which is when I was born, okay? Okay? Daddy was a mailman.
Somebody say amen.
And he delivered. And it's Sunday. But one generation outside of slavery, all of the Hurston children were college educated. Every single one of them. And every one of them had a profession. Teacher, pharmacist, doctor, okay, writer, all right, except Sarah, all right? There were two girls in the family. There was Sarah, who was the oldest, and Zora, who was the youngest girl, all right? 6 other brothers. My father, the baby, the last one born, my father was Everett. He was actually born in Eatonville, okay? He's the only one that was born there, all right? All the rest of them were born in Alabama. But every one of them went to college and got a degree, except for Sarah. Sarah went to college and majored in Husband 101. Took her home economics class down herself a husband, and there you go, all right? She had a career, all right? But they all tried the gender pressure on Zora to try and get her to behave as to what was the norm of that time. All right, enough of this writing crap, okay? Enough of this touring around, going to school. It's time, you're getting up there, time to get married and have babies, okay? Just like, yeah, I'll get that to you. And most of the family, my brother and Ben, his older brother Benjamin, were the only two that really kept in touch with her because she was just
Atypical.
weird. Okay, she was atypical. She
Yeah.
was different. She did her thing, and like you always said, she would get in her car named Susie with her Ford Model T with her gun under the seat and her bottle under the seat. Okay, and she would go off and she would do field work. She would do interviews. She would go and she would do what I call, because I'm a qualitative sociologist as well. She would do immersion work. She would go and stay where she wanted to study and just sop it up. Remember, this is a time frame when there's no recorders, there's no, you gotta memorize it, you gotta write it down. She would go and she would stay in like turpentine camps and write down all the things that was the culture of that place, right? How they did their work, what were their songs, what did they cook, what did the kids play, right? This was fascinating work that has not been captured anyplace else, okay? And to date, it is the only full body of work that encompasses immersion and containment of Black culture from the 1900s on, right? Done by an anthropologist, right? She went to school with Margaret Mead. Everybody hears about Margaret Mead, they're the Papua New Guineans, male and female, gender differences and stuff, repetitive work. Nobody really paid much attention to her work and said, this is useless. Of course, the Black dignitaries and academics at the time, like Du Bois, okay, sent her off to do this work, okay? And they knew the importance of it. And although she couldn't get most of it published at the time, right, they refused to publish it, okay, a lot of her work. Tales from the Gulf States, where she went around to all of these Gulf states and spoke to these people in these isolated communities and got their culture captured, all right, to share, and she'd bring it to and she wanted everybody's name on it. She said, you don't have to be, credentialed to speak about your culture, okay? So she thought it was valid, right, to go to regular people and say, so what do you do with this situation? What is the childbearing practice? What is the marriage practice here? And you can find out all of that, and you can compare it to and find the similarities and the differences to the way other cultures work. All right? This could be a very healing way to bring people together to say, okay, you do this and we do this and this is why, but there are parallel universes, we do marriage, okay? We have babies. We have certain people that come and help us with babies. All of those things are cultural universals, we would say in sociology, in that everybody does them in general, right? But in particular, how we do it is different, okay? I studied a 9-night ceremony of burying the dead in Black communities, okay? That's from an African standpoint, and that still comes through today, all right? Jump in the broom, all right, as our marriage ceremony, a rite of passage that changes your status from single to married. A lot of people have different ways of doing it. That's how we do it. And she documented all of this for us.
Whatever to do when someone dies, we move the beer and move the bed.
Okay, so as in Zora's book, there is this custom of when someone dies, you turn them to face the east, you cover the mirrors or the reflection will be locked in the glass, and you cover your clocks or they'll stop working at the exact moment that someone dies. Okay? That was the superstitious practice, some of them, right? Zora tried to defy that at the time that her mother died, and literally got beat down by the people of her parents, her father, and the people in the community, right? But her mother had spoken to her and said, Lucy said to her, you always want better for your children than you do for yourself, right? Try as you might to say you don't have favorites, okay? The Hurstons have favorites, all right? And John Hurston loved Sarah and really had a hard time with Zora because Zora would stand there and say, you talk to me? Okay? And Lucy
Wait a minute. You guys missed your cue. Where was the ooh?
Okay? But the Reverend Hurston would be chasing after her with a switch and Lucy would stop her. Right? And Lucy said, I'm sure mine will go further in life than yours will. Okay? So Zora broke all those molds, and even the tales that my father used to tell me, he would come home with his brothers, a couple of his brothers from a day of fishing or something, and they had a big property. They didn't want for anything. They grew everything. And like my backyard, my garden.
That's true.
They grew everything. And then in this community that supported themselves and each other, they would trade. I grow pigs, I raise pigs, you can have chickens, and give me some eggs, you can have ham and eggs. Okay? So there was that went on. Okay? This cottage industry within the town of Edenville. And they'd be coming across the backyard and they'd be looking, anybody seen Zora? She was a prankster. Many other words I can use.
Yeah,
but
good.
That's
That's good. Prankster safe, yes, we can use that.
And they'd come across the backyard, they'd spread out and they'd say, okay, run to the back door, right? See who makes it, you can't get us all. She'd be able to tease them with a bucket full of eggs. Okay? Mowing like a baseball superstar. Okay, popping them in the head with eggs as they ran for the door. All right, that's just what she did. Yeah.
One of the things that Professor Hurston and I share back and forth is certain things that stayed up into our generation. My family had something that I call the 3-part curse. I'll give you the first part, and possibly I'll give you the second part, but everybody here knows the third part. It happens on a real deep, dark argument. You ain't nothing, you ain't never been, and you ain't never gonna be. I was like, I call that the black woman curse. If they put that on you, boy, you gonna put some vinegar or something on yourself. Clear yourself. Oh my God. I used to, with my family, my sister's in Philadelphia. This is what we start talking about family. They call them the Black Mafia. Because you know when they get ready to kill somebody, they turn real nice. You know, hey, why don't you come over to the house? We'll have a little party. That'll be good. You know, and some dumb butt would think that he was getting away with something. That wasn't going to happen. You know, because I remember one time one of my sisters had to stand in front of the rest of the women in my family. And I had a lot of women in my family. I had 6 sisters and 13 cousins, 10 of which were women. If they showed up at the front door, you had a choice. You could head out the back door. Well, I'm sorry, that was the only choice you had. I'm sorry, I was making that up. Okay. Because they were just, they were everything you imagine a woman. They were kind, they were smart, they were intelligent, they could sing, and you didn't mess with them. If my sisters didn't want to spend money on a bus, they just stand on the corner. Some guy in the jalopy pull up, hey, sister, gotta give you a ride. Well, can my baby brother come too? That was it. Because I was cutting on them the whole trip. Hey, man, why you ugly? You know, and he can't say nothing because my sister's sitting right there. So I'm just biding my time. I had one guy whose nerve I worked. I'll tell you that story after we're done. But that was the best part about it. For me, I gained much respect for Black women because I saw the creations that they created. You know, who they were and what expectations they had for me. I'm sorry, let me cut you.
No, that's okay.
You know, and that's one of the things that we share about our stories. We don't come from nothing. We come from the best. We come from survivors. We are survivors ourselves. When people try to tell us that, well, we can't tell that because that story might depress somebody. No, not telling the story is going to depress somebody. The story is to be told.
And you know how good you are, as I started out saying much earlier, by who you see that's like you, okay? But what happens is, African proverb, the tale of the hunt would be different if told by the lion. If you control the storytelling, you get to do things like make slavery a nice, happy, joy, reciprocal thing in the Texas New History books. They reworded like the whole history of slavery to be like a kumbaya moment. I was like, what? Okay, well, they couldn't take care of themselves, and so this paternalistic thing we saved them from.
Thank God we were there.
Okay, but we do this happens to any group that's not in power. They look at the history of Mexico, okay, and they think of them as little peasants in white and straw hats. You look at the building of Chichen Itza. These were engineering feats. To this day, they have not found all there is to find, right? If all the different locations where people lived in Mexico and built monuments, I mean, just beautiful structures. There are engineering feats they still can't figure out, like, the pyramids, okay? It's sooner it be aliens than it be people of color, okay, that built a pyramid, all right? But the idea that we still need to see and discover and share
Absolutely.
our historians, okay, is important, okay? So everyone of you has to leave here and take a story to 3 people about this learning institution, about this type of event, okay? these books, we need to support our own first. Okay, and then we'll let everybody else. Okay?
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
Now we told you that we're gonna go signing out. So anything you got Hurston, we're signing.
Okay.
So if you ever
You
want
heard
to
her?
about Hurston, there you
You
go.
heard her?
There's your time.
Okay, they are both professors, historians, ethnographers, like all that. And I hope you got the richness of the conversation. I want to thank you both. I have a gift for you and one for you. And
I'll see you in 10 years when you finish that, okay?
I want to thank everyone for listening in on this segment on Facebook Live and YouTube to this segment of the Elm City Lit Fest. Tune in for our next segment in about 10 minutes because we got to set it up. And share the tape. Okay?
Can I have one thing?
Yes, you can.
I am fortunate. I've been a voracious reader since I was a kid. I had people in my neighborhood who supported me. The librarians knew me by face. I had the most books you could take out was 10 every 3 weeks, and that was 10 books every 3 weeks. There was a thrift store in my neighborhood, and in the back they had all the books thrown into a corner. I would haunt that corner every time I went there. And one time I got bold. I used to buy one book at a time. I bought a whole like a paper box, that you have paper or a copy machine in, and brought it to the front. I don't know what the woman was going to say. And this is what she said to me: "You're the only kid from this neighborhood that wants books out of here. Give me 35 cents." I never forgot that. I encourage reading among my students. I will encourage among you. Increase the size of your world. Literature can take you places people have not been yet, unless you take them.
Right. Yeah.
With that, we'll say good evening.
Thank you.
And
I'm already connected.
Okay. So it's framing on these three chairs.
So come down. Both things needs to drop. Sitting
Yes, you know how it is.
Kev, how do you like BK too? We can make
right now, it's
We're going to talk a little bit.
all right. Still too high. Still much higher
Next to EFX. Yeah.
I got an alert today. So we're just gonna have a conversation.
You're not getting forced on the end.
But yesterday we went to
Did y'all do an event? Then we'll do 3 down.
we did.
We're gonna use 2TJ. We're gonna use DK2. We need to play.
Abigail?
Because we're not gonna use that. We're doing three shots of each. We're doing
Yeah, I was out of town. Congratulations, Steve. I mean, seeing your name around too.
I'm trying, man. Appreciate it.
Go back into the audio setting for just 2.
Thank you.
Wait, this one?
Or 2.
Yes. Yeah, so keep me posted.
Make sure both of
You like the mask, the hair.
You know, like once you sat, I was like, is that smart? Because I knew you were. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
You know when you just never meet people in person. This is a Zoom link. Zoom.
You're not moving nobody. We gotta start.
Not here yet. All live here.
All live. When you call, when you hear, then you leave, then you get
Well, you like let my laugh on. I'm sitting there like, no. Okay, leave it up.
Hang on, we're coming.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the second annual Elm City Lit Fest. This segment is a discussion on Black theater, because we talk about all things lit. Elm City Lit Fest is a celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. The panel this afternoon will be led by Aleta Staton, who is an actor, director, and arts administrator all around throughout Connecticut and beyond. And I will turn it over to Aleta.
Good afternoon. And welcome and thank you from the Lit Fest for entertaining a conversation in theater. I'm very, very excited to be on a panel with some of my favorite theater warriors. And we're gonna start out by finding out where we are, and then perhaps go forward to find out where this industry is going. Okay, so why don't I have each of you introduce yourself, talk about who you are as a theater person. We need to kind of get a sense of your mission and vision, your personal mission and vision, and then we'll talk about where we're going.
Okay, my name's Halima Flynn. I'm a director and also co-creator of an initiative called Produce Hers, which is about producing works by women and about BIPOC women. Let's see, myself as an artist, I guess I would say I'm always interested in theater that engages the audience. I feel like a lot of times we go to see theater presented to us and not something that engages us. And so when you leave the theater experience, that's it, you get fun, you talk about it. But I like to look at theater and I enjoy theater that includes the audience and that it becomes a production made up of the audience that's different each time.
My name is Dexter Singleton. I'm the Executive Artistic Director of Collective Consciousness Theater. The type of work, I'm all, drawn to new work, socially conscious work, work that's about action in the now, work that celebrates, people of color, particularly Black Americans. And I think also people will probably say that I've really pushed forward and really been engaged with Black female writers, because I would say that's probably the majority of who I've produced in my career, and what I guess people would say, I'm known for producing more than anything.
Cheyenne Barboza. I am a director, playwright, and the artistic associate at Long Wharf Theater in New Haven. And as an artist, I'm particularly drawn to the plays that haven't been written yet. Plays about the experiences of African Americans, about the experience of those of the African diaspora, and really similar to my colleagues here, that celebrate our culture and our humanity in society and do away with the fourth wall and really call in and make the audience another member of this world that's created on a stage. So.
My name is Abigail Onwunali. She, her, hers is my pronouns. I am currently a third-year acting student at the David Geffen School of Drama, which was formerly known as the Yale School of Drama. Gotta remember that. I delved into acting just recently in my life, about 2 years ago after I quit medical school, and so acting for me has been this exploration of sacrifice and also like ritualistic and sacred, especially in my Black body, being a Nigerian immigrant, being starting to write for my people in ways that I haven't seen it done before, and starting to put my body in pieces that solely feel like my body belongs there. Because it's been very difficult some of my life to watch Shakespeare and be like, I can never see myself up there. But the thing is to find my ways to contort Shakespeare to my own tongue. My tongue will be able to find ways to adapt this work so that I can feel comfortable doing it. And I think that's been my main focus at this point in my life.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Driffin. I'm a New Haven playwright, screenwriter, director here. And type of plays that I've been writing, really, my characters pretty much always deal with redemption and overcoming obstacles, and it's always a social context to it. So that's what I go. And I'm a content creator, so I kind of write what moves me. So that's what I am.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to start the conversation by talking about your reach, your audience, how your vision has been realized. My vision might be realized by renting space and putting on plays about the history of African American. How did you realize your vision? How do you do it?
Wow. I picked the wrong seat. I guess, as always, that's still unfolding. There have been ways that when we were working with the producers, we started out doing what we call a little play workshop with an African-American director and a BIPOC playwright, and we're going to workshop this play and then see what happens from the audience's input. So that's something that we've done, and we're sort of in the process of still looking for ways. We started out, when we started producers, we were just about women, and that was 10 years ago. And then as time moved on, we realized that women, some of them were doing quite well in the theater, and then some of them had still been forgotten. So right now we're transitioning to focus strictly for BIPOC, just to make that leap stronger?
Okay.
For me, when I first moved to New Haven in the early 2000s, and I was brought here by way because I started originally working at Long Wharf Theater, and then just once that was over, I just loved the community so much, I just stayed. I started producing independently in the area because at the time there was really nobody else producing Black work at all. And where we just didn't see anything that was there was basically done on the major stages. You had a few local groups, but they were mostly just white artists, if not all white artists. And so I wanted to see those works being told. I wanted to see, Dominique Morisseau, and I wanted to see, Jackie Sibley's Jury and those types of works in the community here in New Haven. And so that was a big part of why we started, and started that work and wanted to see that. And then we kind of are where we are today, producing seasons. And sometimes people will say, do you feel like because you have produced so many Black works, because a lot of times the work that we produce here is the first time it's seen here. So it's often a regional premiere. Sometimes it's a world premiere. We produced Passover. Passover's on Broadway now. And so there's been a lot of shows that we've produced here, and then they've gone on and then been bigger. And so people will always say, well, because now you look at the other schools where you look at, the Rep, and you look at Long Wharf and how those theaters have now evolved and changed a lot and are now trying to be more inclusive. People will say, do you think that collective consciousness influenced those theaters? And for a long time, I would say no. But the more I think about it and think about the reach and impact that we've had on the work, I do think that it has. And so in those 14 years now that collective consciousness has existed, I would like to think, and that's beyond me even being a founder and a creator, that is part of what's been achieved, and what the goal was is that now it's opened up the community to more Black work, more writers, more actors of color, more directors of color, because now, we see that, more than ever, and much more than you did when I was here in the early 2000s.
I'm gonna ask you another question, Dexter, and it's really for everybody. What do you think was the issue? The issue with you having to be the one to lift up Black theater? Why weren't we doing it?
I feel like in many ways, at least for my study, I got my master's in Goldsmiths College in London, and I feel like there was a concept that theater was white. It was Shakespeare, it was, English literature, and I don't know about y'all, but I was one of the few Black students studying it at all, and so there was a concept that theater as a whole was white. And then where it was Black, it was Black shows about plantations, Black shows about slavery, or something that was more of a caricature of Black lives, so that we didn't just have, play about a Black family that didn't involve some sort of relationship to slavery and to racism. So I feel like for a long time, it really was, it wasn't something we did.
Yeah.
So for me, I was pretty much I was inspired by the emergence of the Black filmmakers in the late 80s, Spike Lee, Julie Dash. And so I was an English major in college, so in undergrad. And I was thinking, if I'm gonna be a novelist, I'm gonna write novels, but then with the emergence of Black film, and I'm seeing film, I'm like, man, this is just I love the visual aspect of it. So that's where I kind of turned my attention to. But back then, you needed like $10, $20 million to make a movie. So I was a little short. So, so I said, how can I, what's the other way to do it? How can I tell a story? And I moved after college, I moved to New Haven. And at the height of the whole pandemic of drugs, right, of the crack era. And I wanted to say something. So it wasn't even for me like the emergence of Black theater. It was like, I needed to tell a story to the community. And so I didn't even know I was doing guerrilla theater. I did it on the streets. I remember closing off Orchard Street. And that was my lift in doing this play, Yo Street, 100 years ago. And that was where I got into it. And then because I couldn't do film, I just continued to just do theater. And I, just reading, writing, learning, and that was then telling the story, our stories. Because like you, being an English major, after a certain level of English, I didn't see any black people in class. I was like the only black guy, right? And I'm reading James Joyce. I hated it. You know what I'm saying? And stuff. I'm like, the closest thing was Uncle Tom's Cabin. You know what I'm saying? That kind of nonsense. So I had to do what was best for me and for us, and to tell that story. So that's what got me into it.
I grew up in Waterbury, Connecticut, and knew I wanted to do theater from real peanut. And when you build up your kids, you're so good, you're so talented, oh, you're so good, you're so talented, all that jazz, and you go. I went to school in Philadelphia, where really has a bustling Black community, Black art scene and cultural scene. But going to PWI college, that I was the only Black person in that major, in my major, and feeling imposter syndrome about being there, and feeling like when I raised my hand or when I contributed to a conversation, my perspective was the minority, and my classmates feeling invisible in that class. So graduating feeling like I lost my voice as a playwright, graduating feeling like I was trying to create work for white audiences and not the work that I was actually inspired to create. And it wasn't until I started working at other theaters and finding artists in Philadelphia that were doing it, finding mentors that were like, we've been doing theater and we've been doing theater since the Great Migration up here, things like that, really being inspired by those folks, that I wrote a play called Running Numbers set in Waterbury about what it means to use the resources of where you're from to try to better yourself. When we say Black folk just need to utilize our resources, we have, you have resources available to you. What if those resources are actually digging a hole? What if those resources aren't actually progressing you? So when when you ask the question, Aleta, about like, why weren't we doing it here? I'm really excited to be back in Connecticut to see pockets of theaters and pockets of artists who are doing it and who inspire me to continue to create, and not run back to Philadelphia, where I feel like, the community is giving everyone the middle finger and the audience comes anyway. And the audience comes anyway. What does it mean to like be in this city with such a rich Black history and such rich Black talent here, and participate in that ecosystem?
I grew up watching Nollywood films, so I always saw right. So I always saw Black people in work. I mean, there weren't always the best movies. I grew up seeing it, and it was the transition into the United States where I started was like, oh, there's not a lot of people that look like me on TV and film, and it's something I've always wanted to do, but Nigerian mother would not promote. Yes, I'm going to drama school. So I got here kind of. Viola Davis was the biggest inspiration for me, because I mean, she was the closest thing I could see to me in American TV and film. And I was just like, I have to do this now, because I see it. It's possible. It's right in front of me. And coming to Yale, there's still a timidness, right? Do you belong here? Like imposter syndrome was a big thing. Like I'm very new to this. How do you get into this? And I know that desperately. I discovered myself as a writer as well here, and I desperately wanted to reach outside of just the school. Because it felt like it was like, this is us, we're gonna be here for 3 years and then we're gonna go off into the world. And I was like, this is not the New Haven community actually doing a show with Hotel and being able to like develop work in this city actually has taught me a lot more than I've learned in school. Okay, so I think it's just a matter of us, and I was talking a little bit about this, is is for us to be able to find each other.
Mhm.
So that now we can bring the New Haven community with us to like Broadway and to California, and that we're not just leaving Yale with just Yale, you know?
Right.
That we're leaving with a community of people who actually trained us. It takes a village.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think I'm learning that slowly and gradually in this community. And it's been a blessing actually.
So you went already, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to invite people on the panel to also ask questions of one another, because I'm hearing some experiences that might kick off their own conversations. So feel free, while I'm asking these questions that I thought about this morning, to reach out to someone else who's on the panel. Don't worry about interrupting me, and go ahead and ask if a question comes to your mind. Now, I want to have a conversation about demographic reach, because we do theater for specific reasons. We do theater because we want to attract specific audiences. I want to know, what is the evolution of your demographic reach? Okay, when we started, we were only seeing kids, and now, we have the entire age range or something. What has happened to your audiences? Steve, why don't you start?
So I watched, my audience is definitely been widening in the last, I would say, couple of years. But it didn't start out that way because I started in Newhallville. I started in the Mudhole, so that's where it all began. But in the last years, just going out to the Klein Theater, having different venues. This past July, I did a show out in Branford, and that was like a sold out show, like 90% white people, and that bugged me out because it was an urban piece. And the only reason it was there is because I couldn't get another venue, what I'm saying? So it wasn't like, but I was fortunate and glad about that, because I think our stories need to transcend and go out, into other communities so they can understand us and see our work and see that it is worthy. A woman came up to me after that show, which is interesting. She said, somehow I got hold of your script before you did the show. I didn't like that, but that's what And she said, I didn't like it. I didn't see it possible. I didn't know how you do it. She came to the show. She came to me in tears. Like, this was incredible. I don't know how you thought this out. And I don't know if that was a backhanded insult or a backhanded compliment.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, what do you mean? Like, so we can't do our stuff, like, because we see our vision. And no one should, as white people should be like, our work isn't good enough, because that's how the system is created. Like they bar us, they say, no, it's not good. They don't see our vision. And so our vision is important. And I think once we cross that, break those walls down and start showing what we can do, which we always have to do, right? We always got to prove ourselves, like that. It's like, should prove ourselves first, then we get the green light. But then, that's what we have to do. And so now I'm glad that that's happening. So it is widening, and it's good, because I'm glad now more people can hear our story. But our story is still for us, as far as I'm concerned. It's still for us, and I'm never going to forget that.
All right. Abigail, considering the work that you've done here and the work that you might have done before, even though you weren't interested in theater, what would be the evolution of your demographic reach?
It's still growing. I desperately want. I always have this dream of like a little girl one day like seeing me on TV and being like, she looks like me. Oh my God, I really want, like that's my biggest dream.
Yeah.
And for me to be able to reach out to that little girl through the television screen, just like Viola did to me.
Yeah.
And just be like, here you go. Here's the window. Here's the door. Walk through it. So if I can do any story, or if I can write a story, or if I can perform a story that has to do with my own experience as like like, for example, there was a play that I worked on that was about Black women with eating disorders, because I am a woman who deals with that. Thank you.
So good.
Yeah, and I have the school as a platform. I'm gonna use it. Period. Use the the white people gave me the access. I'm listen. I'm gonna. It's a theater where I can do my own work, and the gods of Yale cannot touch it. Like that. That's the idea. So. Deciding that I was going to be like, actually, we're going to talk about this in the community. We're going to talk about this about Black women actually having to deal with this in the community, how we kind of carry ourselves as these strong women, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of things going on. So I guess I'm starting off with like the women who relate to me, the Black folks who relate to me personally, and I'm expanding from there. As my experience grows as I get older, my audience becomes bigger. And so I think that's kind of the steps and the ladders that I'm going to. So anybody that feels is anything like me and experiences in any way whatsoever is the people I am.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Cheyenne, I want to add to the question because Steve alluded to it. Were there any surprises in your democratic growth and evolution?
No, I appreciate the question. I think I've never had to think about that before. And like coming out of college, I'm like 12 years out of college now. So coming out of college, I got a little box office job at a PWI theater, predominantly white institution, right? And so all the people that I was like courting were like their old white members.
Yeah.
So then when they're like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, I have a show. So then eventually like that you see, Joan and Stu Rubenstein in the front. And then I move on to the next theater. I moved on to the next theater. So like recognizing that I was feeling a little voyeurism sometimes when it would be a reading like that was for us or very raw or directing and they'd be in the front and I'd be waiting for like our people to come in.
Right.
So what I had to do was do a little more pushing for us to show up into those spaces because often, at least in Philly, often when you work in the box office or you're front of house and you're ushering with these folks, they're like, well, I'll come to your shows. It's a bit really robust and familial sort of theater community out there. So they're like, I'll come. And you just want that balance, but also like I want the audience that this play is for in the room. Because that's what we need for the development. So that was really, I became aware that my people weren't showing up.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question to everybody else?
Go.
So do you think that it is in our area here that because of the lack of maybe access or early knowledge of that, we don't really know how do we enlighten our community to theater, right? Because I think there's a gap there with us, our people when it comes to theater. And I don't know your thoughts on that. I'm interested.
Can you read that?
Do you think our audience, the Black community, especially in our area, is very theater conscious and very? That's the question. Are they like for simple things, right?
Yeah.
How about come on time? I'm just going to keep it like 30 minutes. On Broadway.
But we do though, and that's the thing. Like time is a construct of white supremacy, right? So when we say come on time, but there's a whole demographic. Like I don't know you, but we're all late together. Right? We didn't come in the same car. We don't got the same circles of people. We all showed up at 8:17. And went in to be sat, right? So my thing is, why is it that we're still applying, and follow me here, we're still applying a white standard of theater onto our people. And so if we're gonna create for us from start to finish, what does that parking situation look like? What does the bus route look like in proximity to the theater? What does that pre-show engagement look like? what does the program allowing us to hoop and holler and amen and encouraging us to be vocal in that space? It's not just about, here's Raisin in the Sun, come see it. You know, it's how that part. And so I do think we're conscious, because I was raised by folks from Waterbury that went to go see shows. My great-grandmother took us to shows and museum events and things like that. We are cultured people, but our dollar is so important to us and how we spend it. So we're not gonna use it on a Broadway show where the people look at us sideways, where our ticket's been checked 14 times, you know, where they're rolling their eyes at us because we're 5-10 minutes late, but they don't know that we couldn't find the place. You know, like, excuses aside. So how do we create an environment around our shows that is conscious of us from the start?
Yeah. So let's figure that out.
Dexter, you've had the privilege, the blessing of being able to do a lot of educational theater as well. So your audiences are across the board. But for your theater company, has there been a significant evolution?
Oh yeah. I mean, when we first started, it was a collective of artists who were we just were in support of one another. So it was like myself, Aaron Ferris, and Vanessa Soto, and Daniel Dalrymple, just a bunch of us who were kind of around. And it was like, Rafael Ramos, and and so all of us who were around, and we were all like, Aaron and I originally got together because it was like, he needed a director for his show, and I needed somebody to do my sound for mine. And so we were a bunch of people who were kind of traveling around. So I got to know all these artists who were, who cared about social change or in the community. Some Black artists or people of color, some not. Like in the case of Aaron Ferris, but was always down. And we just kind of came together as a group and supported one another and in our work individually, but saw that we had these common interests, right, and common themes. And that was all to young people in schools, that was around Connecticut, that was up throughout New England. And then eventually we got to a point where we were like, okay, we needed to put it under some umbrella, so we did form collective consciousness. And that was a point because it was all these collective opinions from everywhere, different voices. And then we would tell people who we were in town, and people would say, oh, you're the guy at the group that works with the kids? And that was kind of like how people knew us, but then also nobody had really seen our work because it was almost always exclusively in schools. You know? And so all the schools knew us, and the teachers, and throughout New Haven, we've been everywhere and all the different cities around. So then we started to produce a season in a Rector Square, and that's how that came about, to kind of get the adults whose kids were seeing the shows on board too. So then we could also widen our demographic, right, and be from kindergarten all the way through elders, and that's kind of what we've done. But then it's kind of like you try to kind of change with the wave, because then it was like we started doing so much of that, and so many people knew us from that. That eventually gave us national recognition to where we were sort of getting all these articles and different things, and then our people started to get other opportunities in other cities and other countries and stuff. So that was beautiful from that. But then also we're kind of still trying to figure out at times of kind of how can we keep that impact in the schools, how can we keep that impact in the communities for the people that aren't in the schools and don't go and see the shows, and how can we then keep that impact with that adult audience who sees the shows but may not be in the community or in the school, right? So you're kind of trying to make all of those kind of merge and kind of work together. The main thing, right, is keeping artists working, right? Keeping artists of color working, and that's been what we've been most proud of, because when we first started, that was the other piece I didn't say, was that part of the other reason we started was because we would see these really talented Black artists go and audition at Long Wharf or go audition at Yale Rep, and they wouldn't even get a call back. Right. And we're like, that actor is sick. That actor can kill any part, right? And then these theaters weren't doing Black work anyway, right, or work about people of color. And so now we're able to see people like E.C. Davis or other folks who've been from the community around in different parts of the area that use that, it's a talent-rich area. And people just need the outlet to kind of go and do those things, So all these folks up here are providing those outlets, and they can get their name out there too. So because I want to see artists who are able to live and work in this community, and we still have so many artists, right? Like you just mentioned, who there's just not enough work. You know, like we have artists who are, artists who are, there are artists who just do it as a hobby, but then you have artists who are like really phenomenal world-class artists. And we don't realize how many world-class artists come from New Haven and who lived here for a minute, weren't affiliated with Yale. And I see so many artists in the city in LA, and they're like, I wanted to stay in Connecticut. I wanted to stay in New Haven, but I just didn't have enough work. I want to be able to do my art and make money and provide for my family. And so I think that's a big part of the community too, is we got to figure out kind of how to create an ecosystem here where artists don't have to go and move somewhere else, and they can live and work here as an artist. So that's the other big goal I have, to continue to,
I'll tell you, that's one of the things that I was very, very proud of as I continue to look at Collective Conscious, their work. It was the one theater in the area that employed as many Black men as they employed. It was just, it just moved my heart. So congratulations for that. Halima, how has your audience been developing?
It's interesting because I was actually thinking about a couple of things that I heard here, and when you said Shakespeare, I remember, part of my undergraduate, you had to take acting classes, and you always knew when you tried out for Shakespeare, I wasn't going to get cast.
Yeah.
I have to get this production credit, and they're doing Shakespeare again. There's no way they're going to cast me.
Yeah.
And I think when you talk about audiences, I think that's part of the judge. It's like Shakespeare is only cast for white people. That's changing a lot now. You're starting to see multicultural. And for a while it was kind of shtick, it's like you see a multicultural, it's like United Colors and Benetton. It's kind of done haphazardly, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care, just go get a lot of minorities, and then they do the show.
Star Trek all over.
Right, right. So I feel like the what we're producing is changing. I really feel like I've gone to see shows in the last few years that I was like, yeah, this is Black folks. We're not comparing ourselves to what our checkered past. It's not just that; it's the richness of all of our work. I think the joy of our lives, and I think that. Also for me, I like dead playwrights because you can mess with their work and they can't say anything. So I feel like, when you look at the classics and you look at the Greeks, it's like, okay, that's a white thing, but not really. It's like those things are universal. Shakespeare wrote universal stuff, and it's only our mindset that tells us that when I go there, I expect to see an all-white cast. And even as a Black director, you're like, okay, everybody white shows up because you don't know we'll actually look for the multicultural person. So I feel like a lot of what we're seeing and how we're broadening that. I've seen people take sort of like those epic themes and do a Black show, and it's not. That wasn't something I saw 10 years ago.
Yeah. I just saw the Merry Wives of Windsor in Central Park. Oh my God! And it had a West African cast. I was just blown away. It was so good. So thank you for bringing that up. I want to turn for a moment to COVID. So COVID happened, and it's still proliferating. What did it do to your work? Halima.
It's interesting because we started our little producers 10 years ago, and then through some life changes had to put it on pause. And in 2018 and 2019, we're like, okay, we're doing a lot of work. In 2020, we're coming back with a whole brand new release. We had it all planned out, and then March hit. So for us, it was like a sudden shake of all these plans that we've been building up for the last couple of years of a new debut and things like that. And it became, I started calling it the blessings of COVID. Mm-hmm. It became this, it opened up where we were thinking, and not just COVID that happened in the last couple of years, but the global reckoning with police brutality.
Right.
Not just here, it happens in England, it happens all over the place, and that it's real, it's not pretend. I feel like all of those things
have just opened up more than we were thinking of. And honestly, it was this year, it was COVID, it was that made us go, you know, we were all about all women, but I think now the BIPOC women is where we just like, no, that we're gonna commit to that, because that alone is enough work for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's what the need is. That's what the need is. And that also answers our question about positives and negatives of the instant, you know, the COVID coming here and everywhere, raining on the earth. What about collective consciousness?
Well, we were, you know, a lot of people knew we were running a show at the time, and we were just hoping, like a lot of folks in March, to like, okay, can we get through it? We got through the first week in the run. We were doing Skeleton Crew by Dominique Mariso, and we did that first week, and then we came back on that Thursday, and then it was like everything like shut down. You know, we were kind of waiting, and we always know that when for the domino effect, it's like when Yale Rep or Long Wharf says they're shutting their show down, then basically everybody's going to shut their show down. And I was like, and that second week is so important because we run 3 weeks, you know, and that second week is so important because it's always that push of like increasing the audiences, word of mouth and stuff like that. And, you know, we had such beautiful performances in it. Stephen King, who, you know, a lot of y'all know from his, you know, instrument stuff, but if you ain't never seen Stephen King act, you see him act, you'll be like, which one does he do better? Because he a dope artist, but man, that dude is a dope actor and just a naturally beautiful, talented actor. So, you know, beautiful performances in there, and we just got shut down in the second week. We thought, like a lot of folks, we were like, all right, everybody will come back in 2 weeks, and we're gonna come back in a month, and they just kept getting pushed back. Because at first it was like 2 weeks, and everybody was expecting to be back, and then before you knew it, and we kept the setup. We were like hoping, like, okay, we can come back, and we had all 4 actors kind of just, can you come back? Can you come back? And then eventually, you know, now how many? Almost 2 years later. And so we have done some online stuff. We're hoping to get back. We were even talking about doing a show for a minute this fall, you know, kind of keep it on low until we knew we could announce it. But then with Delta, we still feel like we can't really do it because we want to be able to draw audiences and get people back and have people feeling safe. Y'all know we have a small space for those who've been over there, and you know, we want to make sure people feel comfortable. So we're hoping we can get back. We're gonna reassess as soon as we can, but we're hoping by the spring we can get back because we're ready. We are coming back. Collective Consciousness will be back. It's just a matter of kind of just when. You know, that's really the point, when we're able to meet safely. You know, and you know, and also making sure that, because we're doing Black work too, and making that always having that special care too. It's like, you know, we want to be able to support our community and do the right thing, and you know, come back at the right time. So it's really disappointing, and we really are broken up that we can't do anything right now in the community. So because we feel like we had a great momentum. You know, shut down.
I think you will again. Something similar happened at Longmore.
Yeah.
Could we talk about that?
Yeah. And I was there at that last performance because all the bigger, you know, because your house size, they didn't close you all down yet. So Carolyn and I at Longmore ran over.
That's right. Yeah.
And they left it all on the floor. That was an incredible show. So similarly, we wanted to, at Longmore, we were having a conversation about what if we were to do an outdoor performance? What does it mean to bring it? And it's something we've been mulling over for a while, like pre-COVID. Like, can we do a show in the community? What does that mean? But we really activated that plan when it was like, okay, it's safer to gather outside. Let's try to do something live, and that would be dope. And so we put a lot of thought into it and presented it to the city's cultural affairs office, and they were like, yep, we want to do this. We want to partner with you. And when I was asked to direct Passing Strange, which just closed a few weeks ago in the park. Hey, this is my dramaturg. There was another actor that was here in the show. But when we did it, they said, okay, what can't I do? What can't we do, right? We can't rehearse indoors with masks, without masks. Okay, we can rehearse outdoors, 20 feet apart. Then it was 16, then it was back to 20 feet apart. But I know that they can't touch. I know that they can't, touch, and they have to be 12 feet apart if they're going to sing without masks on in the park. And so knowing all that for months and like choreographing a show that has a kiss in it, or a show that has, you know, that there's hugging, or she smacks him, or she this, or you know, in the script, and knowing that we're going to have to play around with that and welcoming those sort of changes, because what I've been doing in for Longmore in the quarantine right now is scouting work from artists who are who have been presenting virtually, and reading work that they've been writing. So I already had like a wealth of kind of problem solving because of the incredible work that's been happening in the field, not underground, but online, right? And hoping that stays, right? That starts to blend with the live, with our live presentations in a really dynamic way, and not in a let's have a play about Zoom in person, you know? But like there have been some really, really incredible works that I've seen in the past 2 years online. So that challenge continued to evolve, right? When the city, the trickle effect. If the numbers go up, then we can't do this. If the numbers go down, then we can do this. So we were able to start the rehearsal process with our cast who was fully vaccinated with their masks off in the space. But one weekend and everyone had to be masked up again. You know, that was short-lived, you know? So that's COVID. I'm still very optimistic about how we make theater, because we are a resourceful type of people in a resourceful type of industry.
That's right.
So this is just one more thing to be mindful of.
So Abigail and Steve, as you answered this question, I'm going to ask for final thoughts. We only have a couple of minutes left. Okay, so 3. All right, so we'll get final thoughts after you guys look at this question.
Well, I'm grateful for COVID, because honestly, it connected me with People Get Ready. It connected me with the New Haven community in a way that I didn't have time for when I was in school.
Right.
I had no time. They were putting us in stuff, we did no time.
Right.
And so my last show was the in-person show was Is God Is at the Cabaret, and it was done. I mean, I saw the last little bit of Raising the Sun, and like that, it was gone.
Yeah.
And so it was a blessing, because I got to meet People Get Ready. I got to meet Odell and do her beautiful show, and I still am, you know, figuring out. I was able to start writing in ways I had not been able to before, because I had time. And coming back, I was like, theater, yes. How do you? Black people are so good at making anything happen. Like
a way out of nowhere.
Make a way out of nowhere, indeed.
Yes.
Like, I mean, I never was hungry in the pandemic.
Okay.
When it came to performance, I was never hungry, because Black folks were like, actually, let's go do this outside. Let's go find a stage somewhere. Let's go. I went on a retreat with AK the other day. It was like Black folk know how to make theater out of anything, and so I never went hungry.
Wow.
So I actually was nourished more than had I been in this systematic school system that would have popped me out, and I would have been like, damn, what did I learn?
Yeah.
You know?
And we never would have met you.
So yeah, for me real quick, we were just on a tarmac, we thought, with a show we did, Charlie and I did Her Time. And you know, we had some sites in New York and everything like, but then it happened. But the good thing about it, it forced us to lab. I met them, that's where we met, you know, through doing these little short, through Sharice Salam, who did the 24-hour.
I performed your piece.
Yes, you did.
We just met. It's like April 2020.
But it caused me to go back into the lab and just write, you know, and just write. Some good things came out of that, so that's what it did.
All right. 1 minute? That's it. Hope. What do we have to be hopeful for the theater?
renaissance for Black
I
media.
think
It's like, it's helped us.
Renaissance.
Yeah, yeah. I think you've seen a lot of people, a lot of folks of color who have moved into, management positions at a lot of major theaters now, a lot of major arts institutions. I think we're hopefully seeing more of that in this phase. Hopefully, those artists of color who are moving into those positions are moving into sort of toxic situations or situations that are going to burn us out. Because Black folks, we don't need no more of that, holding up the weight of a white institution or white supremacy. So there's a lot of that shifting and movement shifts. I think there's going to be a ton of work that comes out of this, like they all have been saying, because a lot of writers have just been stacking their writing. A lot of people are just hungry, and people are seeing the world differently. And so that's going to really be, I'm excited about what's going to come out of that.
All right, anybody else?
There's more healing spaces for us. I feel like we've created our own spaces. And that's, yes, more spaces.
And a lot of the work is centered on that.
Yeah.
And in relation to that we continue, I'm hopeful that we as Black people continue to show up in spaces of our authentic self and taking up the space we need to be creatives and making those institutions work harder, work smarter, work more thoughtfully to hold that when they say they want that in their space.
Right.
So it's not just putting Raised in the Sun up and saying we had an all Black team, but actually hearing, listening, and responding to the needs of that space in a way that they've never been before.
Right.
So that's my hope.
And even if it's not original work, digging some of those ignored jewels off the shelf.
Yes.
All right. So we want to thank you for joining us. We want to thank you. Those of you tuned in on Facebook, thank you so much for joining us as well. We want to thank People Get Ready Books and Ife Michelle Garden. And her team members are in here too. So raise your hands so we can clap for you. All right. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed theater. Okay.
Spider. Yeah. Which way? Left, right?
Oh, that's good.
We're doing it right there. And it's all set. Shooting at an angle. Come with camera.
Or try from this way.
It's still crooked? That look better?
That's better. Thank you. So we're still not shooting head up. We're still shooting from the side.
Turn this so I can see as well.
You told me you need to say the next show.
Yes, no?
It still doesn't feel like you're shooting at an angle. Drop it a little bit.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Elm City Lit Fest 2021. We have been so full today, and we're so happy to see you here and joining us this afternoon. Our final segment, our closeout, is going to be drama lit, poetry lit, all the lit. I'm Ife Michelle Gardine, founder of Elm City Lit Fest. Elm City Lit Fest is a celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. This segment will bring we'll have 4 poetry and theater renditions. We'll have Frank Brady, who is from New Haven, a local poet, writer, actor, author, a lot of things. And then we have A.K. Payne, who is a Yale drama school. Did you graduate yet? Not yet. Yale drama school playwright, actor. And we have Karl Green, who is also Yale drama school. Because you know what? We trying to connect the town and gown. You know what I'm saying? Town and gown. We let people know. And also Anthony Brown. So enjoy what they do and what they bring. And again, welcome to Elm City Lit Fest. I'm going to bring up to the podium Frank Brady.
Mr. Wonderful.
All right. So this poem I'm going to do is really about emotional healing, emotional growth in it. Take it down. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Yes. This poem is about emotional healing, emotional growth, especially as Black men dealing with the processing of emotions. For every wound I try to stitch back whole, another scar gets agitated. For every wound I try to massage, another one seems like it slipped open, like these stitches ain't loyal. Like every Band-Aid seems to pop when I'm ready for surgery. Focus, focus. All of my life, I've heard this one theme in the background, but it's hard to lock in when your heart feels like it's been on lockdown. Metal been around that thing so long, you can't even tell where the key to the lock found. You see, I work with youth who wear the degrees of crime committed on their faces. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me who is the most unfortunate of them all? The ones ripped apart too early who grow up to be rippers, because inside every adult is a child that's trying to heal. Childhood's pain and trauma, let's keep it real. Heart so backed up the plumber can't even deal. Agitated by triggers, unknown and surreal. Buttons getting pushed but don't even know and understand the response of the actions. Ticking like time bombs, it's a matter of time. Why do you think so many people can't process their emotions? The pain is the crime. Really, is anyone ever taught how to deal with the aftermath of the crime scene? So you got hearts laid out and outlined in the chalk years after the crime, see? Frozen in time, see? Frozen in line, see? I see. Why we live in a world full of broken people, because most were never ever taught how to pick up the pieces after the breaks. Most of us was never taught, most of us still trying to pinpoint the why. Never mind the ramifications of the wake, never mind the nights crying awake. Never mind putting on the smiles, feeling fake. Never mind the answering the are you okays, knowing dang well you ain't. Never mind seeing a red in your life but can't stop the bleeding. No process to create progress. It goes south every time. See, I write this poem with a burden on my shoulders for every line. I get it. Responsibility, relationships, financials, accountability, and health. But you know what it is to look in the mirror and see that you're not meant who you're supposed to be. When you can't balance yourself, how do you balance your brokenness? How do you balance the buttons you can't control to push? You see, for every time I watch trauma hit the hearts and the pain unfold, patterns on top of patterns, the wrong cipher to call, shattered relationships will leave you going down with the shit. You see, can't pinpoint the vibe you attract. While they're drawn to your vibe like a snack, you can run it back. You see, our first relationships are with our parents, that's a fact. Our guardians are close givers at that. Boundaries that ain't existed until you've been crossed too many times. Pain, breathing breakthroughs to get free. Ain't being trapped enough. You ain't whole if you ain't healthy. You ain't hard to see. Ain't it hard to see that you can't feel like a snack if you ain't healthy? And it's amazing how we can look like snacks but feel nowhere close to healthy. You know what it is. You see, it's easy some days with this history to drown and feel lost, but I remember that even Jesus had anxiety before he did the bit on the cross. Responsibility, pain, and relationships, I get it. But what built tough to get past this thing, we regret it, but this emotional incarceration will make us try to be locked in paths and moments of trauma that we should live past. You see, pain is a comma, but it should never be a period in life. And we're gonna leave on a health note. I believe in being healthy. I believe in being whole, and healing is necessary. So this is Lit Fest. So we get lit. Healing is the next wave on your way to wholeness. MC Hammer style, too legit to quit. The benefits benefit. Don't it fit you to be loving and whole? Don't it fit you to live whole? Don't it fit you to unpack that relational suitcase right? Tight like a glove, hold on to your process of healing. Broken ties that bind. In those ties you'll find the key to making strained relationships whole and breaking cycles. These be the keys. Healing yourself and recognizing the patterns you've been locked in. You say toxic ain't healthy. You feel, because trauma bonding is for real. Locked, signed, and sealed. It's like this moment of realization, like, that's why I keep breathing life into dead situations. Why I keep falling short, settling for low expectations. Why I keep rebuilding boundaries and still allowing these cross lines. It takes two to tango, but I feel like a two-step across these blurred lines. Why I got these buttons that get pushed and cause me to blow up every time. Why communication is the key. Why I feel like the need to hear from them every day to speak. Why I need the space to miss them so they don't know the spice is weak. You see, I'm trying to paint a vision. Kodak can't picture this. Picture you whole. Picture you healed. Picture you freedom. Taste how it feels. You see, damage leaves you lost in time. Flip the cycle and shatter the pattern and turn it up one time. You see, healing, unpacking, decompression, progress. That's what it is to be lit. So let it take and let it turn. Like it's tough. Live inspiration, transform. Love includes time. Let it top. Live in truth. Because my kids will never know what it is to be growing up broken. Because I know what it is to etch and push those puzzle pieces back together. Because after all these years, the names have been changed, but there's no history, just barbershop stories of these games. See, men, we are fighting to heal. But don't let the savage land be your own body that you're trying to fight to feel. Because this emotional incarceration will leave you fighting yourself for real. But live in change, live in truth, live in transformation, live in youth. Thank you.
So I'm going to be reading some excerpts from Georgia Douglas Johnson. She's a poet who was really famous during the Harlem Renaissance and created a space for different artists to read their poetry and to share their poetry during that time. So I'm reading from 4 different anthologies that she wrote through the course of her life. And the first one was published in 1918, and it was called The Heart of a Woman. And this poem is by the same name, The Heart of a Woman. The heart of a woman goes forth with the dawn, as a lone bird soft winging so restlessly on. Afar o'er life's turrets and vales does it roam. In the wake of those echoes, the heart calls home. The heart of a woman falls back with the night and enters some alien cage and its plight, and tries to forget it has dreamed of the stars, while it breaks on the sheltering bars. I'm gonna move to her next anthology, published in 1922. It's my favorite one, so I'm going to read a couple poems from that anthology. Let me not lose my dream. It's the name of the poem. Let me not lose my dream. E'en though I scan the veil with eyes unseeing through their glaze of tears, let me not falter, though the rungs of fortune perish as I fare above the tumult, praying purer air. Let me not lose the vision, gird me, powers that toss the worlds I pray. Hold me and guard, lest anguish tear my dreams away. This poem is called Lacoon, or I can't pronounce it, but it's Lacoon. This spirit-choking atmosphere with deadly serpent coil entwines my soaring upwardness and chains me to the soil. Where'er I seek with eager stride to gain yon gleaming height, these noisome fetters coil aloft and snare my buoyant flight. Oh, why these aspirations bold, these rigors of desire, that surge within so ceaselessly like living tongues of fire? And why these glowing forms of hope that scintillate and shine, if not of all that burnished dream can evermore be mine? It cannot be. Fate does not mock, and man's untoward decree shall not forever thus confine my life's entirety. My every fiber fierce rebels against this servile role, and all my being broods to break this death grip from my soul. This is also from this anthology. It's titled Hegira, and this poem has two voices, so you'll hear the different voices in it. Oh, black man, why do you northward roam and leave all the farmlands bare? Is your house not warm, tightly thatched from storm, and a larder replete your share? And have you not schools fit with books and tools, the steps of your young to guide? Then what do you seek in the north cold and bleak, near the whirl of its teeming tide? I have toiled in your cornfields and parched the sun. I have bowed neath your load of care. I have patiently garnered your bright golden grain in season of storm and fair. With a smile I have answered your glowering gloom, while my wounded heart quivering bled, trailing mute in your wake as your rosy dawn breaks, while I curtain the mound of my dead. Though my children are taught in the schools you have wrought, they are blind to the sheen of the sky. For the brand of your hand casts a pall o'er the land that enshadows the gleam of the eye. My sons deftly slapped of the brawnhood of man, self-rejected and impotent stand. My daughters unhaloed, unhonored, undone, feed the lust of a dominant land. I would not remember, yet could not forget how the heart's beating true to your own. You've tortured and wounded and filtered their blood till a budding Hegira has blown. Unstrange is the pathway to Calvary's hill, which I wended my dumb agony, up its perilous height in the pale morning light to dissever my own from the tree. And so I'm away, where the skyline of day sets the arch of its rainbow afar, to the land of the north where the symbol of worth sets the broad gates of combat ajar. It's another poem from this anthology. It's called Shall I Say My Son You're Branded? And it's from her section titled Motherhood. Shall I say, my son, you're branded in this country's pageantry? By strange subtleties you're tethered and no form sets you free. Shall I mark the young lights fading through your soul-enchanneled eye, as the dusky pall of shadows screen the highways of your sky? Or shall I, with love prophetic, bid you dauntlessly arise, spurn the handicap that clogs you, taking what the world denies? Bid you storm the sullen fortress wrought by prejudice and wrong, with a faith that shall not falter in your heart and on your tongue. And this is Cosmopolite. Not wholly this or that, but wrought of alien bloods am I, a product of the interplay of troubled hearts. Estranged yet not estranged, I stand all comprehending. From my estate I view earth's frail dilemma. Scion of fused strength I am, all understanding, nor this nor that contains me. This poem is called Resolution. With but one life full certified, and that of every gleam denied my portion. Close to the unrelenting sod, even as my fathers dumbly trod, I slumbered. But now a surging wild unrest uproots the poppies from my breast. My soul awake, erect, anew, I stand and face the star-swept blue and swear to make my dreams come true. This is her third anthology. It was published in 1928. It's a few more poems. This is called Love's Miracle. So, like a boundless, soundless sea, the miracle of love to me, with all the world's a rosy dream sailing upon the silver stream, while I, a fairy in midair, am dancing, dancing everywhere. Hark, do you hear the thunder peal? I care not what it would reveal. Tomorrow will be yesterday when I am shivering and gray. I will not heed the prompter's ring. Let others answer, I shall sing and dance the merrier away. I'll live and live and live today. This poem is called One Day. Goodbye, dear day of sunshine. Rain in flooding torrents pours its liquid footsteps on my roof, its fingers on my doors, while I sit tranquilly within and tell my beads of joy, holding a peace within my heart which nothing can destroy. And this is her final anthology. It was called Share My World. It was published right before she died in 1966, and this is from 1962. And the first poem is called Share My World. I shall rebuild my world today without a sob or sigh, assembling and securing it ere fleeting time deny. I shall rebuild my shattered world more wisely than before, shall fashion it with faith and prayer, and love shall be the door. And when I have rebuilt my world uncircumscribed and free, I shall invite all humankind to share my world with me. This one is I gaze into the sun. I gaze into the sun. I dare to look at life of flame. I do not cradle in my arms the trumpetry of name. For I was born in tents of fire, the world my own to hold, a bouncing ball to spin at will in answer to my call. I hold no brief for foolish fears, my knees are strangers to the earth, for I was born to move erect, to travel swift and free, with level look for every man as God created me. I gaze into the sun. And this last poem I'm going to read today is called Your World, and I think it echoes really nicely back to the first poem, The Heart of a Woman. Your world is as big as you make it. I know, for I used to abide in the narrowest nest in a corner, my wings pressing close to my side. But I sighted the distant horizon where the skyline encircled the sea, and I throbbed with the burning desire to travel this immensity. I battered the cordons around me and cradled my wings on the breeze, then soared to the uttermost reaches with rapture, with power, with ease. Thank you.
Who was that again?
Who was it? Georgia Douglas Johnson.
Do you know what it is to dance? Perhaps you do, in a fashion. But by dancing, I mean not what's generally seen, but dancing a fire and passion, a fire and delirious passion. With a dusk-haired senorita, her dark, misty eyes near your own, and her scarlet red mouth like a rose of the South, the reddest that was ever grown. So close that you catch her quick panting breath as across your own face it is blown with a sigh and a moan. Ah, that is dancing, as here by the Carib it's known. Now whirling and twirling like furies we go, now soft, then caressing and sinuously slow, with an undulating motion like waves on a breeze-kissed ocean. And the scarlet red mouth is nearer your own, and the dark misty eyes still softer have grown. Ah, that is dancing. That is loving, as here by the Carib they're known. That is The Dancing Girl by James Weldon Johnson. This is The Ghost of Deacon Brown. In a backwoods town lived Deacon Brown, and he was a miser old. He would trust no bank, so he dug and sank in the ground a box of gold. Deep down in the ground, a box of gold. He hid his gold, as has been told. He remembered that he didn't. But sad to say, on the very next day, he forgot just where he hid it. To find his gold, he tried and tried, till he grew faint, sick, and died. Then on each dark and gloomy night, a form in phosphorescent white, a genuine hair-raising sight, would wander through the town. And as it slowly roamed around, with a spade it dug each foot of ground. So the folks about said there was no doubt 'twas the ghost of Deacon Brown. Around the church this ghost would search, and whenever it would see the passers-by take wings and fly, it would laugh in ghostly glee. It would laugh in ghostly glee. And so the town went quickly down, for they said that it was haunted, and doors and gates, so the story states, bore a notice, tenants wanted. And the town is now for let, but the ghost is digging yet. This one is The Awakening. I dreamed that I was a rose that grew beside a lonely way, close by a path no one ever chose. And there I lingered day by day. Beneath the sunshine and the shower, I grew and waited there apart, gathering perfume hour by hour and storing it within my heart, yet never knew just why I waited there and grew. I dreamed that you were a bee, that one day gaily flew along. You came across the hedge to me and sang a soft, love-burdened song. You brushed my petals with a kiss. I woke to gladness with a start and yielded up to you in bliss, the treasured fragrance of my heart. And then I knew that I had waited there for you. This is the river. When the river was young, when the earth was young, this river was a thing of unsoiled beauty. It gurgled down from the hill and hymned its way through the valley. A pageant in the sunlight, a mystery under the moon, and a symbol of all eternity where it's lost itself in the ocean. I crossed the river the other day on a hideous ferry boat. I leaned on the rail and watched the wheels savagely churn up the water. It churned up time in boxes, jute bags, and rotten cabbages. A cat, some 7 days drowned, and a stench that went straight to the stomach. The river hissed and frothed in piteous indignation. I thought, why this hissing and frothing? Do you not know that the ultimate end of all beautiful rivers is to carry sewage to the sea? This is the young warrior. Mother, shed no mournful tears, but gird me on my sword, and give no utterance to thy fears, but bless me with thy word. The lines are drawn, the fight is on, a cause is to be won. Mother, look not so white and wan, give Godspeed to thy son. Now let thine eyes my way pursue, where my footsteps fare. And when they lead beyond thy view, send after me a prayer, but not a prayer to defend for harm, nor danger to dispel. Pray rather that with steadfast arm I fight the battle well. Pray, mother of mine, that I always keep my heart and purpose strong, my sword unsullied and ready to leap, unsheathed against the wrong. And this last poem is called To a Friend. Many sad hearts may you lighten, and turn sorrow off to bliss. Many dark lives may you brighten, if you make your motto this: ever lend a helping hand.
I know the secret to your pain. Of course, I didn't always know. You see, first I had to die and then come back to life. For you see, I have the gift. See, Captain sent me up ahead, scouting for some screaming yellow bastards. Of course, for the life of me, I don't know why they be screaming since we trying to kill them and they trying to kill us. Well, anyway, I'm walking, looking, searching, and I find myself
smack dab in the middle of this explosion. Boom! This blinding, burning, scalding explosion. Hell, it must have been a booby trap or something, because it's just fire all around me. Hell, I'm on fire. My flesh is just peeling off my bones like a piece of chicken dropped in a skillet of crackling grease. And then I says to myself, Junie, if your flesh is on fire, how come you don't feel no pain? And I didn't. I swear, as I'm standing here, I ain't feel nothing. And then I sort of put two and two together, and I realized I didn't feel a whole lot of hurting because I already died. So I just picked myself up and walked right on out that explosion. And once you're dead, why keep on dying, you know? So I just walked right on out, expecting to see white clouds, Jesus, my mama. But all I saw was more war, shooting going on in this direction, that direction. And then standing up there was the guys. Hubert, JF, and the captain. I guess the sound of the explosion must have attracted them or something. They all staring at me like I'm some type of ghost. So I yelled at them, hey, Hubert! Hey, captain! They just staring. So I commenced to tell them how I died, and then I came back to life. But I guess it wasn't my time, because here I am, fully in the flesh, and not a scratch to my bones. And they all just stared. So I took a staring back. Only what I saw. I can't really describe to you what I saw, but as sure as they was wearing green and hold guns, they all had a piece of the future on their faces. All the hurting that was gonna get done to them and that they were gonna do to others was right there on their face, clear as day. I saw how once JF got back to Chicago, he was gonna get shot by the police. I saw how Hubert was gonna start beating up on his old lady, but I can never understand that, because all he could do was talk about her on and on and on about how much he loved her. See, each and every one of them had pain in their future and blood on their path. And it was like God or the devil spoke to me and he said, Junie, these colored boys ain't gonna be the same after this war. They ain't gonna have no kind of happiness. And that's what I found out. The secret to their pain. After the medics checked me over and found me fit for fighting, I snuck over to Hubert's room. And with a needle I stole from the medics, I shot a little air in his veins. And the second he died, all the hurt and the come just left his face. And then 2 weeks later, I got Woodrow, Jimmy Joe. And then late at night, I would wait for the captain, because I knew he liked to take late night trips to the latrine.
That's how I died and come back to life. Just like Jesus went around healing the sick, I'm supposed to go around healing the hurting these colored boys is wearing from the war. Psst, psst, I know the secret. The secret to your pain and yours and yours and yours.
Wow. Wow. So that what we closed out with bang. That ends the 2021 Elm City Lit Fest. I'm Ife Michelle Gardine. I thank everyone who has who's watching us live, who has attended over the past 2 days. It has been full, and we look forward to next year. And share the videos with, share them with everybody on social media, tag us, all that good stuff. What else I gonna say? That's it. Peace out. Remember Elm City Lit Fest, celebration of literature, literary arts, and literary artists of the African diaspora. We're gonna be back bigger, bolder, and better next year. Blessings.